I wasn't gonna wake you guys up from your nap, but... Whoa, where'd you come from? Okay, that's cool. I want your hammer. Oh, I wanted to crit! I didn't get a chance to crit. Nice try. Oh, I did get it! Black steel, great hammer. Oh, please don't die. That's early. There we go.
Put more milk in, fuck. Alright, more milk. Coming right up. Oh my goodness, the milk is going everywhere. What is this? What's after this? Cheese?
Thank you for blessing the run as well. That's super kind of you, Wilfred. Oh, that was... we needed that. We needed that. That was actually good, but we didn't dodge it. How did I do that, though? Was that just good RNG, or did I do... some...
He's running out. He's definitely running out of steam with this bullshit.
After me or after you? Oof. Oof.
He was a good man. What a rotten way
He
to
punched
die.
you through your vest.
Yeah, apparently if you don't
Perfectly fine.
break out of that, you just instantly die.
So
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, my aim is pretty good, isn't it?
Yes. I shall do it.
No, that was good timing. Oh, I can't see shit. These fucking ass zombies.
Get out of my head, 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 get out of my head. Get out of my head and 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 get out of my head, 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 get out of my head. Get out of
my name. It's fine, the way it is. I'll live.
If your name is part of this awesome disc. Let's go!
I got a car.
GG.
Smash, I got a car.
I played Halo 1, 2. I may have done 3. I know I tapped out on the one with Noble Team. Whichever one has Noble Team, I tapped the fuck out.
Alright, big ups to the seaman. Again, that's just doesn't sound right.
Telling Nintendo they got bad game design in Metroid. This is your fucking game. Is this good game design? Is this good game design, Mr. David Jam?
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of
Summer, engage!
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
You know, I rarely do this, but I think I'm gonna do the stream with the blankie wrapped around me, the blankie cocoon, because it is so cold right now. But that's not a good excuse to not do the stream. What is a good excuse to not do the stream is being sick for like a week. And that's yes. What an introduction! You're already hearing my hacking skills, if you will. These are my hacking skills. Hello everybody. Welcome to a cozy double_dingus style stream. With swollen double_dingus here on the mic, unfortunately, after a couple days of not doing streams. I'll have you know, between Tuesday and Wednesday, there were like 3 dingus streams total, so you can't really argue as though there were less streams than a usual week. I just consolidated them into the span of a single 24-hour frame of time. So this allowed me about the rest of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday to more or less quote-unquote recover, but not really. So like, it got worse after Wednesday. Thursday I called in for work and I was pretty much bedbound. Not really. I mean, I could get up and walk around, but it literally hurt to speak. I could not talk, and it was so awful. So then there was that. And then Friday I recovered to the point where I guess you could say I was back at that level that I was Wednesday. And I continued to recover. And I feel like now I'm where I'm now where I was at on last Monday. Does that make sense? I feel now like I feel last Sunday and last Monday. Surely this means we're past the climax and we're now on the falling action. We'll soon be approaching the resolution, where I will no longer be having to mute myself every 10 seconds to cough. No, it's not COVID. I can smell and taste. Even when I had COVID, I don't understand. Well, I mean, I understand the idea, but even when I had COVID, like factually fucking based had COVID, I could still taste things and I could still smell things. So I don't know what the sensation of that is like. Like I took the test when I had COVID. It was like, oh hey, you have COVID, but I could still taste shit. I had like that rare strain, dude. That wasn't as bad, probably. That still lets you smell and taste shit. But what I have currently is just a cold. I wasn't running a fever at all. I was just really, really, really cold. I'm cold now. Big ups to the dingas, dongas, and swollen underscore ones who are here in the now. And big ups to the dingas, dongas, and swollen underscore ones who may or may not be appearing in the immediate and far-flung future, like Stephanie Ann with the 15-bit cheer. Thank you. Alpha Elite TV with his thoughts and prayers. Yeah, I'm gonna need all of your thoughts and prayers. Delorio, Sense of Kuroi, OMG Zelda, anybody else coming in. And yeah, Trashman doesn't sleep. I don't think he does. He's talked on stream about having a bad sleep cycle. Like, I shouldn't brag though, because my sleep cycle's ass too. That's why I'm able to relate to him. I'm just gonna fuck around for a few hours because I gotta do something. I just don't wanna. I don't wanna lie in bed for another evening. And in the interim, I'll be listening to the Muppet Man, who decided to flood everyone's sub boxes with a bunch of videos about the Switch 2 Direct. That's a shame too that it happened this week of all weeks. I said it during the Direct reaction. It's like the #1 day to be a dingus outside of the days that the game actually releases, and I'm as sick as I am now. It's like, well, what karmic injustices have been inflicted upon this timeline for me to be feeling the way that I'm feeling right now? It's okay though. I'm just bitching. When will I call in the PWR stream? Never. I'm boycotting that, dude. Let's complete chapter 10. Complete chapter 4. Here's the afternoon. So much shit I gotta look at. I could just proceed to the next story mission. But some of these give me new people, right? Thank you for the 20 stream streak. What was I saying? Oh yeah, just the Nintendo Direct stuff. I wish I was in a better health state, physical health style, so that I could have been able to cover that in a more dingusy fashion. Hopefully I'm not feeling like this when the system actually drops. And lay in bed, but the bed's across the room, Nurgle. You want me to stream while laying in bed? It's actually worse than how Phil does it. Phil does it with like the monitor across the room. It's not even a monitor, it's a whole ass TV. But yeah, a lot of stuff's come out. A lot of Treehouse gameplay. I know he did his birthday marathon. I can't really be fucked to care too much about it, other than he's apparently crying. That's funny. Yeah, you won't really get any takes on that from me tonight, other than that's funny. And he made money. Okay. Then I believe he will waste money later today too. So don't feel too choked up about it. Alright, I'll start watching shit. So this is the main channel. That was the single most overwhelming direct ever. Yeah, it really took the wind out of his sails, apparently. Let's hear what he had to say. Yeah, it did in fact take the wind out of his sails. He is washed.
19 videos. and counting. That's currently the list of videos that need to be done across
I'm
the
pretty
main
sure I
channel and
have more than
Top Carlo.
19 in my playlist now.
Main channel, as I've been doing recently, will be this discussion video plus the live reaction
Oh my god,
commentary.
he's giving us the business meeting.
And then currently 17 more for Top Carlo. There's so much to do. I really need to get on it, and yet I have spent the last hour, pretty much entire hour, just figuring all this out. Just figuring out how to parse all the information, how to split it up, how to talk about it, because there's so much. I feel I may be crushed under the weight of all there is to do and to say. I'm trying to keep it together. I woke up at 3:45 this morning, and it's gonna be a long day, but that's all right.
Took a nap. I stayed
That's
up the
all right.
whole night.
It's all right. We'll get through this together. And right now,
Oh,
I'm still
that big
running
one
on
got
that
me.
adrenaline.
First step of the stream.
So here's what we're gonna do. You may be slightly annoyed by how much I kind of have to skip over in this video. This right here is more of a summary of my thoughts about the entire thing. And
Let's see if he
talking
has
about
better takes
some of
than
the
me.
details that weren't quite enough for me to want to do a whole entire video on. So we're gonna sum things up, and then from
Oh,
there,
I need one more of these.
head on over to Top and Carlo, and that is where you will find.
It's kind of like how Phil does it. He gives you the pre-stream where he does an overview and then chops up certain segments to upload individually as highlights, except Arlo doesn't, he won't just chop this specific video up and then make highlights out of that. He'll do a whole new video where he rambles again, but at least it's a new video and not just like a clip of the, the video he already did.
Approximately.
Giving them a bit too much credit.
More or less 17 plus question mark other videos. So yeah, let's do it. Opening with Mario Kart. Perfect. It's perfect.
I better fucking hope they open with Mario Kart.
Launch game. It's the perfect way to start the system's life. It's the perfect way to start the Direct. I have
It is the perfect launch game, yes, but it has never been a launch game, so it was kind of hard for me to accept the concept prior to the console's initial reveal in January. But then after the console reveal, it was kind of okay, yeah, no brainer, duh. It has been over a decade after all.
no qualms with how they handled that, and of course that will be
Hello,
its
Ann.
own whole video. And then,
And I'm still sick, but not as sick as I was at the end of the Mario Party thing on Wednesday and Thursday. Better than I was then. I now feel how I felt before I got real sick, and I had equated that to mean I feel how I felt last Monday before it got really bad. But really, this has been the week of sickness. I was there for, I was in the call. I just, I don't really say much on the mic anyway during anime night. Prefer to chat. But yeah. Of the shows, I guess, because I posted my take on the shows. Shoshimin is Kino. It's a shame you have to really pay 110% to that. So the ADHD people who want constant action and instant gratification won't probably see the appeal of that right away. And it does require you to remember everything that happened last season. And there were no recaps whatsoever, which I appreciate. There were no recaps, but if you were not paying attention at all and you just don't remember because it was months ago, that episode was probably not very satisfying. But for me, who does remember where that show left off, that was absolutely Kino, and I love the opening. I like the ending too. That really ticked all the boxes for me. What else did we watch? See, that's bad. That's a bad sign when I have to check what we actually watched. Lazarus was really mediocre. I think that was the consensus. Very much a member berry moment. I guess we can agree that Mr. Watanabe man, he's like a one-trick pony. Like, I'm sorry. Like, Bebop is legendary in America, but did you know in Japan, you know, they like Bebop in Japan, but it's not legendary in Japan. And you know, they didn't like Space Dandy either. And I think they also thought Samurai Champloo was just kind of alright. Now the thing is, even though Watanabe is the director, I wouldn't say... How should I put this? This is not a show he wanted to make. He was put in a director's chair by Mr. Toonami Man. So it's kind of like... If I wanted a new... Fire Emblem, so I forcibly enlisted the services of Shozo Kaga, the guy who made Fire Emblem, and I said, you know, you made the last couple of good ones, so make me a new one. But he doesn't actually have the drive within him to make a new Fire Emblem, but I pay him money to compensate his time for him to make me a new Fire Emblem. So he does make me a new Fire Emblem. And he is the man who made the old ones, but he's only being financially compensated to do this. Like, it's not his own passion and spirit. Like, he's not doing this out of his own volition. You understand? So, it's actually that situation with Lazarus, where yes, it is Watanabe, but it's not like this was a dream of his. He didn't have a dream the day before, and then the day afterward, he wakes up, he's like, oh my god, I have this great idea for a new show. This was actually... the baby, the spirit animal child of the Toonami Man, who then enlisted the services of Watanabe to be the director, while he's the executive producer. And because of that, understanding that, I do think the show... I don't want to say made with English in mind, because then that will suggest that I'm being biased towards the English dub. But because, you know, this is like the product of an American man. I don't think the Japanese voice work will be that much better. I don't know whether it's a case of where the English voices were recorded first. I'm not even talking about which is canon or which is the way you're supposed to listen to it. Well, the fact that he had that much of an involvement in it would suggest that at its core, the Japanese dialogue won't be any superior. Like, it could be better voice work, but there are problems with the show beyond the voice work. Yeah, from the creators of We already have that problem when it comes to video games. The thing is, like, I don't know, it's just, that's not a show. Why do you need to recapture that feeling? All the member berry moments, and it's just, it didn't look as good. It tried aping its soundtrack. It was really cringe when he was trying to escape the prison with the jazz backing in the background. It's like, but then later on, it had like techno music when he was still running away, and I was like, okay, well that music is more fitting to like the setting than just trying to ape the jazz music like Bebop. So I don't know what we were doing there, other than like a very amateurish, amateur hour, juvenile kind of interpretation. Like, oh my god, Bebop had jazz music, so our show has to have jazz music. Okay. I mean, I guess. That's the vibe we're going for. It causes an identity crisis, where it wants to be like the old show so much, it struggles to develop an identity of its own, and I could be faulted. But the reviewers were given 5 episodes, and the average of those review scores after they finished watching those 5 episodes were anywhere between 5s to 6s out of 10s. One of those reviewers said the show picks up at episode 3, that between episode 3 and episode 5 is about the point in which they started to care. Those would be my thoughts so far on that. Windbreaker, it has that same issue of Shoshimin, where they kind of throw you in the current arc without a recap, which I like, but it was just a bunch of unga bunga. sure there will be some cooldown later to kind of discuss current events, because it probably would suck if they. I mean, they're inevitably gonna do that, right? They're gonna explain, oh, what the hell is going on? In case you forgot, idiot. I don't believe I forgot. I remember the last scene of the last season, but a little refresher once this current fighting is over would be nice. But I did like what I saw. There's only so much I could say other than great animation and choreography. It's a show that I always backed Windbreaker, even when the rest of you were poo-pooing on it last season. That was never a bad show for me at any point. The Yaiba one, I liked the art style, I guess, but it was kind of just there for me. You'd think that would be a Dingus-coded show, but it just wasn't really clicking. Maybe give it another episode or two, but it was not vibing with me. I can't really explain why. Same thing for the Kijin show, the one that was an hour long. I have to see more of that one. I feel like the demons are particularly superfluous. Because the beginning kind of starts itself out, like it sets itself up as a drama between, a character drama piece. And then all these things with the demons came. Maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention. I felt like I was. But it felt like that episode could have just been... I mean, I guess, okay, that removes the plotline with the demon little sister or whatever the hell. But I still feel like if you remove the demons, you still have a pretty enticing character drama and like a little period piece. And it just feels like the demons are just kind of there to have an antagonist. That's the problem with demons as antagonists that I feel like only Frieren kind of does right. That the demons are just kind of evil. Now, Frieren does it right, because there's no attempt to empathize or make you sympathize with the demons. The demons are just evil, but blatantly so, in a kind of cool way. But here it feels kind of cartoonish. I think the notion of humans are the real monsters is kind of a tired cliche. See, I already spoke on Shoshimin. I was not feeling the Bumpkin show. That was pretty trash. Definitely a Sunday show. Amaku, I'm not as hard on Amaku as the rest of you were. I do think it kind of tapered off. The issue is the mysteries were not as compelling as they seemed to be, really not even as they seemed to be, but as they could have been. So that's kind of unfortunate. I did like the characters, but they were just not developed enough. And apparently the romance aspect of it is only in the anime adaptation, like it's nowhere in the source material. But that might be just a schizophrenia. I did not double check that. But that's another case of where, the source is still ongoing, so you weren't really gonna have a satisfying ending no matter what. I think a lot of people noted that show was carried by its seiyus. As an unfortunate trade-off to compensate for that. The animation took a hit. Yeah, the drama on the medical work, but the drama on the detective work was weak. Yeah, I'll agree with that. Little arc with the little kid who had cancer. That was very touching. But then you get to the actual mysteries, and it's like... there's not enough of a focus there to make you personally invested to care about the mystery in particular, which I think Shoshimin does right. Again, if you have the attention span to pay attention to that show, I think it does a greater effort to make you care about the mysteries in question. I wouldn't even say Windbreaker is mostly brain off, because I really did like some of the character moments there. The characters do develop in that show. I would actually argue against it being entirely brain off. Hi, Stephanie. And hello, UNFW1. Sorry, I'm talking with Anna about an anime that we watched yesterday. I was really into Kowlin Generic Romance. I thought that had a really strong start. And then the teaser at the very end, the cliffhanger at the very end. On top of that, I thought that was very interesting. That really just made me rethink everything that I had just watched in the past 30 minutes when they had showed me that. So I can't wait to see what's going on there. It does feel like there's a lot of questions in the air. It seems to be set up in such a way that you believe it's just another rom-com, but there are many things about it that feel off. Just things that you feel like you need to question yourself about. Like the giant fucking floating rhombus in the air, and all those segments on where the news people are talking about like what's going on in the world. It's my understanding, Kowloon is that walled city in Hong Kong, and I think it's actually like that's not like a fantasy setting or like a fictional depiction. Well, it is fictional, but it is literally supposed to be in Kowloon, the walled city. So is it like some sort of because like didn't they tear that down? I'm pretty sure that's torn down. They put a park in its place. So is this like some dystopian future in which it wasn't torn down and it's still there as a megapolis that's now ruled by a giant floating rhombus that makes you forget shit, like incur amnesia on the daily? Or is this set in the past in some alternate timeline that led to a giant floating rhombus in the air that gives you amnesia apparently? So a lot of questions with that, but I did not dislike that. I thought that was great. Takamine-san is obvious. It's obvious what kind of show that is. But I feel like it will have more going under the hood for it in terms of development for those characters than the marriage show. So you can say slop because it is slop, but I feel like there will be more of an effort to get you to care about the relationships between the characters. That's just the impression I got from just the first episode. Obviously, the problem is, as always, with male gaze rom-coms, the problem is the male protagonist being like a whiny virgin pussy bitch who's completely unrealistic.
If that was me in high school, I would have slayed that puss, man.
This is why female gay shows just keep on winning. Because the dude is always a chud chad of the highest order, and the female lead is, as always, great. And then there was the middle-aged shopper show, which I literally muted every time we ever watched it. But I never complained because I'm not that kind of person. I think it's supposed to be based on a walled city because I mean Kowloon still exists as a modern city. Yeah. That's what I meant. Like I know the walled city existed in Kowloon, and then they tore it down and put a memorial in its place, like some sort of park or something, if I recall. So it no longer exists. But that's my question: is this some kind of an alternate timeline in the future where the walled city was never torn down, or is this a period piece in the past in which it's still up? It hasn't been torn down yet. I feel like I'm wrong either way because this timeline is a timeline, again, in which there's a giant floating rhombus in the sky. It gives the D-Scythe, and Red Check, you were here earlier, but I didn't say hello, but hello. I am feeling better, D-Scythe. Back to where I was feeling Sunday. I don't have to mute the mic every 10 seconds to cough. Instead, I only have to mute the mic every 1 minute to cough. Thoughts on the Swordsman show? The one with the demons? I gotta see more episodes of that. UNF. We were just talking about that before you popped in, but I need to see more episodes. I feel like the demons are superfluous, but I could be proven wrong. I felt like that was a nice character piece before anything with the demons came in. Japanese audio helps smooth things out. I would say that's not shocking. But there's only so much you can do with better voice work. Like the plot threads are still going to be there. The animation's still going to be wonky. A setting used to convey based on a city's storied history. Feels like something from the 80s. Yeah. Especially with how the main lady is designed. She's kind of got that 80s female hairstyle. One thing I do want to see that it may be out. I forget the name. It's the one. It's like, can childhood friends like that are if we're a fella and a felly, can a guy and a girl remain friends or something? The one with the bitch with the blue hair. I don't know if that's airing already. I think it is. I had my eye on that one for rom-com nonsense. And then there's a Witch Watch, which I've seen good things for. On the Twitters. And eventually, I do want to finish the Honey Lemon Show, which I didn't forget about. But it's sad that the rest of us did. Couldn't finish it? You've bored quit the manga? Oh, you mean the Shopper Show. Yeah, the Slop Show is, I guess the Slop Shows just aren't for me. You gotta do more to rein my attention in. You say turn your brain off. You turn my brain off, to me, just means turn your attention span off. You gotta put more effort in to make me turn my eyes, turn my gaze, sir. But yeah, that's what I think. We should continue most of the shows that we watched. Lazarus is like the one that's like, I mean, maybe continue to where the reviewers said, oh, guys, it gets good, I swear. But maybe when he said that, he was referring to the episode where the main character says that he's a trans ally. Yeah, I don't think the voice work could be better, but I don't think the content is gonna really change. Again, they still have the same script to work with. You can make it flow better, but it's still ridiculousness. It's still an episode of the dude running around. That's on the other swordsman show, Yaiba. I was unfortunately not as into it as everyone else. UNF. I appreciate the art style, and I know it's a remake of an 80s show or 80s manga, but it feels like it should be Dingus coded. But I was not really cared. I didn't really care for it. Or the Country Bumpkin, I hated it. No, I know it had an I think it was a 90s adaptation, actually, Yaiba. But as for Bumpkin, no, I hated Bumpkin, sorry. The Slopper shows don't do it for me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that's not the opinion you wanted to hear. Like, I guess the white-haired lady was appealing. Harem nonsense is just like, Like, I feel like I'm at, I feel like I'm at field day at school, where everybody gets a participation medal just for existing. So you have like a harem show. All the love interests get medals just for participating. I know there has to be a winner, sir. Yeah, I just love, I love shows with winners and losers. But you have to also make me care about the winners and losers. It isn't just winner and loser and I'm automatically pleased. Like the show about the dude who had the crush at work. Like, they had already won from the first episode. But there was good writing attached to those characters that made me care about them past the winning. And I really like how that show also had like a side pairing going on. I thought that was neat, because a lot of shows, even in that rom-com category, don't put a lot of care into side pairings. Just something that you don't see too often, at least in the shows that we choose to watch. But those are my thoughts. Where the fuck were we? Muppet Man? What was he saying?
Ending with DK. Ending with a... I can't even believe it. I can't even believe it. A new 3D DK. And really, those were the two, like, really, really big ones. And then we had a tease for Kirby Air Ride. Wow. And also the reveal of Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. And I would say that, like, overall, the first party offerings in this direct were...
The Zelda game probably has the least amount of hype from all the games that were revealed. Not that that's too surprising to me, because it's the 4th game that takes place in the Breath of the Wild universe. You would think people are ready to move on from it, and it is a bit of a shame that you have to buy another $70, $80 game just to potentially fix the story of Tears of the Kingdom that everybody had problems with. That probably would have been mitigated a little bit with a proper DLC expansion, but instead of that, you get a whole nother potentially non-canon Musou game to patch up the story. I'd be a little bit more upset had I already not had I played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom beforehand. Maybe I'd be upset. It's more like me understanding your pain.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
I won't have any pain to feel because when I do eventually play those games, it will be on the Switch too, without any of the slowdown that literally everybody else experienced when they played them. Hello, Pimpan. I'm doing all right, but I'm still sick. But I'm okay enough to stream. Muppet Man made over 20 videos on a direct, and I want to see how many I can get through today. Hello, Ivan, and Easy Money. Is Arlo uploaded a vid about why gamers actually want $90 games? He did. He covered pretty much everything that was worth covering from the direct that you could ostensibly make an over 20-minute video on. Yeah, he said 19 at the start of this video, that he had 19 ideas for videos. And I just went ahead and rounded that up to 20, because my sub box was imploding with Muppet opinions. Hyrule Warriors is your... Well, I know you're into it, for sure, because you always talk about Age of Calamity. I really hope that one gets a performance upgrade. It's crazy how that's not in the list of free upgrades when Echoes of Wisdom is. Which it should be, because that game had some... honestly inexcusable slowdowns in the hub world, the overworld. And Age of Calamity, the whole game is like 20 frames a second.
Fewer than expected, for sure. You know, just compared to, like, you know, the Switch 1 similar presentation. It was just like game, just like over and over and over again. It was fewer than expected, but absolutely
yeah, it was a video
enough.
for each game.
I am not.
And just any other topic beyond game that you can make a video for. He did.
These games, which by themselves are like great already, and then all of the third-party stuff. So much third-party stuff. And then all of the Switch 2 edition stuff.
Oh, I was right.
Which in itself is going to be like in some cases genuinely offering brand new content. That's already a lot. So yeah, I'm not disappointed whatsoever in the game reveals in this direct. Even if it was less than I expected, if anything, I'm happy with this, and that just leaves more open for the future. Future directs. Will we get one in June? Will we get one in September? I don't know, but like, there you go. And the sky's the limit. And then, yeah, as for reveals that I didn't want to do a whole video on or anything, we had the Switch 2 welcome tour, which is very cute, and it's a very Nintendo idea.
This is before he realized it was
paid.
paid.
Tour thing where you're kind of walking around a Switch 2, and it's giving info on all the little features.
Yeah, I think this is the main channel video that he put out.
Why on earth? Why? Would they think it was a good idea to charge for that? That seems like pack-in software, and it is available day one.
He's felting Nintendo.
That was at least one thing from this direct that was just purely baffling. That's the kind of thing that everybody should boot up their system and have this little welcome tour. It's a fun little thing. Them charging for it is, yeah, it's absurd. It's just silly.
Not even Arlo can sweep it up.
I'm not gonna buy it. I don't I don't know. I don't even think I can get a video out of that. I'm really not that interested. That's the kind of thing that's sitting there. You pick it up if it's there. I don't know how many people they can expect to. I don't know how much it'll be. I don't know, maybe if it's like a couple bucks or something. But even then, I just like, okay, I personally not interested anymore. And then Dragon Drive, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to rain on anyone's parade. I don't want to be too much of a grump about it. But like, at least very briefly,
that Dragon Drive game is probably comparable to ARMS, but somehow has less personality than even ARMS had when that game got revealed. It's like the prototype for Splatoon, where they had not come up with the squids yet, and they hadn't even come up with the rabbits, which were the prototype designs for the squids. But like, prototype Splatoon was, the characters were tofu blocks, just like generic white blocks that were called tofu blocks. And it was just kind of like testing the shooting mechanic. It's like if you took that alpha or prototype or whatever and you just released that's the game.
I could not possibly be less interested in a game. I just... It's like...
Arlo's gonna buy it and then write it off on his taxes.
Even less interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the obligatory, we just had to, hey, you have to make a game that uses all the motion controls and stuff. I'm already not interested in that idea, but then also the fact that like you're like even just them showing dragging the Joy-Cons together to like go and then like lifting it up. Yeah, I don't know.
It probably gets cumbersome pretty quickly.
There is negative appeal there. That does not look fun to me in the slightest. I don't know. Whatever. Maybe it'll be someone's thing, but oh my gosh, you'd have to pay me to play that. It looks dreadful. I'm sorry. Moving on. Then to finish up with like game announcements. Yeah, third parties, they brought it. They really, really did. And it's so funny because like they're starting the list and I'm just like my number one has been Elden Ring. You know, I want to play EldenRing. I mean, I've played enough Elden Ring, but like, I don't know, if anything, just to see it, see it on a Nintendo console. And it was so funny. That's the first thing they reveal. So cool. But yeah, like all of these rumored games, you know, Final Fantasy VII, and just like really lots of good stuff. They've showed a really, really good spread of you know, big stuff, littler indie stuff, loads of good stuff. But of course, talk about more of that later across multiple videos. And then, yeah, other things, obviously, that I'm going to talk about later that were still really big in this presentation. A really big focus on chat and online, and I think that's great. I think that's really good. A really, really huge focus. There's a chat button built right into the thing. There you go. There's your C button. I love how this presentation had so many hardware details.
I was so wrong about the C
button. That's the sort of
button.
thing where like
that
companies don't always exactly know how much to include, how many little details are going to be interesting to everybody. I think they struck a perfect balance and they delivered it all in a really good, really fun way. I don't want to be mystified here. I want to know everything now. You know, we've been waiting for long enough. There have been enough rumors, so yeah, they confirmed a lot of different stuff. They went over Switch 2 edition stuff. That's another one I'm really happy about because we all were wondering like how backwards compatibility was going to work, the idea of the Switch 2 edition, what kind of cross-gen stuff is there going to be. There are still some questions, and that's a really big problem with all of this coverage is like stuff is still being uncovered. There's like stuff happening in like Ask the Developer interviews, you know, little bits of information on the website, and I'm like scared of like doing a video and then it's like outdated a second later because there's some other information that I didn't get because there's so much to follow.
You don't care about that. You'd spam videos in a heartbeat.
But I'm happy with how much info they gave us, at least specifically about Switch 2 edition stuff, even if there are still some questions about backwards compatibility. Are there going to be any like benefits to playing a Switch 1 game on Switch 2 if it's not Switch 2 edition? I'm still kind of waiting to hear on that, but I like how much time they spent on it. Of course, the reveal of GameCube games. Of course, they did it. They finally did it. It didn't happen on the original Switch, but now they got lots of hardware power. I was like the one person who thought that wasn't going to happen. There you go. It's GameCube. It's you got the controller and everything. So yeah,
I love how Melee is just not seen anywhere at all in the lineup of games they said that would be available eventually.
Big takeaways. One,
Have Radiance is cool
I
though.
already said it. It was great. You know,
Can't wait for Goon to trick me into playing that.
I'm really happy with it. I'm really happy with how much content it had. I'm happy with the content itself. I'm happy with almost everything that I'm hearing about it, about the system. Almost, but again.
He's gonna talk about the prices.
It was a great presentation. It was a really great way
Arlo,
to
don't do
start
it!
off the generation. Second big takeaway, I think, just as a presentation, it was really good. You know, like maybe there were a few parts that went on maybe a little bit too long. Maybe it would have been better if they'd spread some of the first-party announcements out, like just like a little bit more. There was kind of like a big chunk in there where it's just like we're just like, where's the next game reveal?
There were only five first-party
I
announcements.
might have spaced them out a bit more, but I get it. They had a lot to communicate, so it might not be as easy as that. I get it, but yeah, overall, it's just a very entertaining direct. And you know
I'm thinking what we saw that was revealed is everything, pretty much every first party reveal there is 2025. So all of that plus Metroid Prime 4 and Pokemon Z-A, that's the 2025 lineup for the rest of the year, barring maybe one or two surprises of a smaller scale.
Switch 1 presentation, it was still a stage show, so it had like some of those like pre-recorded and slick bits, but then
it's a transitional year. It's not a bad lineup, all things considered.
I'm really happy they went with just like a regular direct presentation this time. It was so quick, it was snappy. They were able to fit so much into 1 hour, and it's all just like one compact, enjoyable experience. But then probably the number one thing that I loved about this presentation, even beyond the game reveals. The game reveals were great. I'm really excited about those. But on a much like deeper level, I love that this presentation was given to us by 3 dudes, younger dudes, who I personally was not aware of their existence. Even during the Switch generation, it was clear that they were starting to hand the reins more often to their younger staff because, you know, it's
going to be a good thing and a bad thing.
One of Nintendo's biggest problems, and a lot of like Japanese companies apparently, is the old guard doesn't want to move on, you know, and they have older ways of thinking. They are less inclined to take a look at the
reminder that Arlo got his channel started by seething at Miyamoto.
Rest of the industry, and just like let that affect their decision making. And so there, you know, with Nintendo in particular, there have been some, you know, just you know what I'm talking about.
Nah, you don't want to name names. He's a coward.
The Switch, it seemed like
he's like Pasta Derek.
They were giving power to more of their younger folks at the company, and now here. The Switch 2 Nintendo Direct. There's no Koizumi.
Yeah, considering some of the old guard put out some of the best games of all fucking time, you know, maybe they might be onto something. Maybe they might know what they're talking about.
There's no Miyamoto.
He just mentioned Koizumi. Koizuma's like, he's still in his 40s to 50s. He's actually pretty young to be quote-unquote old guard.
There's no one that we...
Like Shiggy's in his... I think Shiggy just turned 70.
...have ever met before. The entire thing is 3 guys. And this isn't just like them putting on a face. This isn't just like, you know, oh, we just wanted to get some young guys to do the presentation. No, this is
such a weird way. Just say you're happy there's younger guys
there. Of Nintendo
the future's
Switch
in good hands.
Takahiro Dota, the director.
We get it. You're mad at Miyamoto. Everyone is
Sasaki,
for different
the hardware
reasons.
Design lead. To me, this felt like a very. I mean, like obviously, Nintendo has purposefully given these positions to these guys. These, you know, comparatively.
The praise he's levying here is like, I don't know, it's the Nintendo equivalent if a woman was directing a video game.
Much younger dudes than we're used to seeing from like the lead executive.
Yes,
types,
it's her turn.
It's her turn. Nintendo, and then letting them be the face of the Switch 2. That's big. That's really really saying something. I mean, for one, it's just fun. Like, it's just fun to get new faces, you know, any Nintendo thing. When you meet a new person and you know that you might even be seeing them in the future. Maybe these guys will be hosting Nintendo Directs in the future. I don't really know. But at the very least, having them be the face of just this new system instead of relying on all of the old guard, I just think it's great. I just think it's even more indication that Nintendo is finally loosening up, modernizing, not relying so much on the older
You gotta
guys
stop
at the company
saying
who've done
dudes.
great work,
Why-
really great,
why is
and
your mind
brilliant
going
in their
there?
own ways, but like sometimes you need fresh blood, especially as like these
You
dudes
need
are
fresh
gonna
blood. He's like a
eventually
vampire.
retire. You need to build up that younger staff to like take over when they all move on, and it's just great to see. And honestly, that was like that. I mean, that might literally be my favorite part about this direct. I liked seeing these fresh faces. So those are my overall thoughts on the direct. Yeah, again, it's a little bare bones, but that's because there was just so much. So much. I don't know. I got a lot of videos to do, so
I know.
Send me your spirit bomb energy. Spend a moment or two
Dude,
today.
send your
just
spirit
lifting up
energy
your
to me.
hands
I'm
and
dying over here.
Contributing to the giant ball of energy that I'm gonna need to get through today, at least. Next couple of days, probably. Oh, and there's tree houses. Oh, there's tree houses tomorrow and the next day. Hours and hours of tree houses.
Man, he didn't watch that shit.
Breathe. See you later.
Thank you, Arlo. Thank you. Thanks for the update. Let me load the next video. This was... Okay, this was that video. Okay, so that was the main channel. Every video from here on out is Topic Arlo, which is the rambling channel. Not that this video was really any different.
The analysis...
That was just a rambling channel video on the main channel, honestly. But this one is about the GameCube games. At long last, we're getting GameCube games. I know, I was felt it. I thought it would never happen. I was like, well, I mean, like, they remade Thousand Year Door. What was the point of remaking Thousand Year Door now? Because they had to have known when they commissioned Thousand Year Door, you know, with production cycles and all that. They had to have known when they commissioned that they were making a Switch 2 with GameCube NSO that would eventually get the original Thousand Year Door. Oh well. This means we'll get an emulated version of the one that's not censored. Or, well, is censored, but in a way that's based for my sensitivities.
Paralysis. It is overwhelming right now. I genuinely just having such a hard time figuring out what to even talk about first. I have finally, almost at random,
Thank you for the
picked
spirit energy, guys.
The GameCube stuff, because you gotta start somewhere. And my PC is currently rendering the live reaction and commentary, and I have to just hope that you can't hear the fan running, because I do not have time to relocate the mic. We gotta go, we gotta move. Okay, so it's finally
and bum rushing the videos out like Phil.
Way back on the Wii U, we thought, GameCube games, and Reggie was like, oh, maybe, and then it didn't happen.
Man, Reggie did not know shit. Just
So
teasing people.
Surely on
It's like
the
he used to do
Switch.
with Mother 3.
This time, for sure, right? No. I don't know why it took so long. I really don't. I don't quite know why it took so long. Maybe it really was.
The Switch one literally can't handle GameCube
wanted to make sure that
emulation.
they had enough processing power to do the job right. You know, to not just
that's probably what it
emulate
was.
these games, but to do it at a higher resolution and you know, give us multiplayer and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's a good variety for the launch titles. Obviously, there could be so much more in terms of the launch lineup, but you know how it is. They're going to drip feed them. They have to drip feed them because if you look at what's missing for first-party output on the other services, there's really not that much left. So that's actually a good thing, though. That's good that there's not much left to add. It means the monthly focus can go to GameCube shit.
Whatever the case, though, who cares? It doesn't matter that it took so long. It matters that it's happening at all. We're finally getting GameCube games, and there was always this question with GameCube games in particular, because like these games are so ripe for remasters and
yeah, I
remakes
saw the
and what have
Treehouse
you.
segment for that.
Because you know, like
It said
that
Strikers would be
generation was
available
just
later,
when games
so
started to
probably
really.
not day one.
I don't know. The hardware was just there. It was able to support just about any idea. Games could just be so much bigger. So yeah. So we didn't know if they were like purposefully holding back GameCube because they would want to remaster these games. You know, they've remastered a good amount of GameCube games. So I really honestly didn't know if it ever was going to come to something like NSO, especially NSO, where like, yeah, you're paying yearly for the service itself, but like if you're already paying for it, then like you're just getting these games for free. But they did it. They're doing
That's how
it.
they rope you in.
It's finally happening.
I'm getting it for
They're
free,
giving us
guys.
an NSO, a wireless NSO controller with a little chat button and everything, which is cool. I mean, I haven't purchased any extra controllers. I never even got like the GameCube controller for the Switch. I haven't gotten any.
Yeah,
I haven't
really
gotten the
explains
NES
why
one or
we've
the
never
Super
got
NES
the Wind Waker remaster.
I might have to get this one. I'm still not 100% sure. It is still weird that if you want analog triggers, you got to use this. I mean, that's a discussion for later, but yeah, I still really cannot fathom why the Pro Controller doesn't have analog controllers. Whatever. Point is, though, there you go. GameCube controller. Awesome. Games are just straight up coming to NSO. And it's really interesting how they opened with Wind Waker. Because, you know,
because everyone's been asking
the Wii
for
U
it.
Gave us great remasters of Wind.
I'm telling you guys, they're not regarded. Like they are, but they're not that regarded. They know what their customers want. They just don't want to give it to them until they're ready to give it to you.
Waker and Twilight Princess. And so Wind Waker was the first game.
Yeah, Path of Radiance is. I was really excited that they showed Path of Radiance first. I know, emulation. Oh, okay, it's what I said earlier this week. Just because emulation exists, that's not an excuse for Nintendo to be even lazier and not officially re-release their back catalog of old games. So it is good that Path of Radiance is being re-released in a form of some sort. Because that game, if you want to buy like an OG copy of that game, it goes for like hundreds of gazillions of dollars. And don't even talk to me about like Radiant Dawn prices.
That they revealed to be coming to this service, and
Earthbound,
it is
like
great.
a year or two after the SNES service launched.
It is going to be a little bit hard returning to the original version when there were just so many quality of life updates in the Wii U version.
But people also
That is
dislike
gonna
the
be
visuals of the
a
Wind
little
Waker
bit tough.
remaster.
But at the same time, it is awesome
Like too
to
much
hear
bloom.
that all of these games are going to be rendering at a higher resolution. So, right out of the gate, these are all essentially kind of like remasters. Wind Waker even seems to be like more or less like kind of widescreen, and yeah, I don't know, even just even.
Now, some games have widescreen built in, like they were made with widescreen options enabled. Like when I played Banjo-Tooie, I had widescreen enabled for that, so it wasn't offered through the NSO app. It's just the game itself had a widescreen option that does work when you enable it. F-Zero GX will work the same way. It has a widescreen option, so you don't have to deal with the fucky bars that Nintendo likes to put on the borders. But I think a lot of GameCube games work like that, so I don't think Wind Waker offers that option. But a lot of other first-party titles do, so you won't have to worry about the borders for GameCube NSO, at least for the majority of the titles that they put on it.
Even just upping the resolution, I don't know if like frame rate is on the table. I really don't know how this works. Maybe it comes down to the game. But at the very least, being able to play these games at a higher resolution, that is really great. It really is, you know? And then like, yeah, like Luigi's Mansion, that kind of thing. I've always been wanting a remaster of that, and it was so disappointing when we got the 3DS one, which is like, yeah, you made it look better in ways, but just that resolution is so much lower. So I am excited about this.
3DS version was okay, but it was very odd.
Very purposefully.
Very late
was
in the
F-Zero
console's
GX,
life cycle.
And that's another game really ripe.
Well, you have a Switch that can now play all three Luigi's Mansion games. That's kind of cool.
That they're not doing a full remaster, but like,
Maybe
you almost can't even complain. because it is going to look better. And they're even introducing multiplayer to these games. Like that's a big deal. That really is a big deal.
It would be bigger if we did not already have multiple dolphin streams.
That's really and truly terrific. And
for ease of accessibility, it's incredibly huge.
Always has the potential to act as like a, I don't know, like a test for any given series. If a lot of people end up playing F-Zero GX and playing online, then that could potentially tell Nintendo that.
I think there's a lot of confidence being shown here, like a best foot forward in putting F-Zero as one of the launch games. It definitely does come across to me as a show up or shut up moment, because they can see the stats for the people that play the games, right, and how long they play them. So you know, he could be right here. If they do look at those stats and see that there is an amount of people playing F-Zero GX, and maybe that might have a little sway in whether or not they put out a sequel.
There is an audience there. You know, obviously F-Zero 99 would have been kind of a test too, but this is even more so. The fact that it is here, it's going to be on the system, it is shown off in the very, very opening reveal trailer. Hey, it's not a brand new F-Zero game, but you know, it's pretty darn good. We're finally getting some form of F-Zero GX to play. That's great. And then, yeah, you know, they showed off the GameCube version of Soul Calibur 2. I remember playing that a whole bunch. And then they revealed a bunch of other games. I love
Soul Calibur chat.
Super Mario Sunshine is going to be there, even though they gave us, you know, Mario 3D All-Stars, although it's not available for purchase anymore, so I guess this
get
really
your $120 physical edition.
They also seem to be very purposefully including and revealing games that are just really hard to get your hands on, and I think that's great. I really do. These are the kinds of things that, I don't know, they make Nintendo feel a little bit more human. You know, I don't know. It's just it's not just giving us cool games. It's like, hey, we're gonna like specifically point out Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. You know, and like I hear Chibi Robo, Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness. Some of these games are really, really, really expensive to buy, and like here they are. Hey, look, you're gonna be able to play them essentially for free if you're already signed up for NSO with the expansion pack. And I don't know. I just think that's really, really cool. That puts a smile on my face. We got other stuff too.
The Pokemon games
Mario
won't interact with
Strikers,
Pokemon Home, though.
That's cool. And yeah, like I said, Luigi's Mansion, Pokemon Coliseum, and these are just the ones that have been revealed now.
Thank you,
it seems that there's
Scrumbles.
probably going to be like a handful, and then the rest that were just revealed.
And big ups. I am still sick, so yes, my voice will be more soothing than usual. But I feel like for most of the stream, you will be listening to the Muppet Man.
Will probably be drip fed to us, honestly, and you know, it is always disappointing to kind of start the whole cycle all over again.
Well, we're not really starting over again, because you're still getting the libraries carried over from the Switch 1. And with the GameCube, you start entering a phase in video games where the games become very filled with content, filled with shit that lasts 2 hours upon hours upon hours. So is it bad that they're being drip fed? Yes, but if they did not space them out, it kind of would be just, you know, swamped with games to play. So at launch, you play these 3 games, and the next month you have another game to play, and then that occupies your time. Like, you know what I'm saying, right? It's different than like with the NES service, where they give you like batches of 3 or 4 games at a time. But these games are so small in comparison that you play each game for like 10 minutes each, a pop, maybe even less if it's on a game you're interested in, and then you're just done with it. Compare this to like if we launched Luigi's Mansion 1 month, and then you play that for a month, maybe give it a few runs and shit, see if you can beat your score. And then the next month after that, you get Double Dash, play Double Dash for a whole month. And then the month after that, you get Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, that's a whole ass RPG. You play that for the whole month. And after that, you get Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. You play that for a whole fucking month and a half because it's a really long game. And yeah, we're at that point with GameCube where the games are, they start getting closer and start resembling games as we understand them now, rather than the games of yesteryear with the beeps and the boops and the blips and the arcadiness, and you pick it up and play it for 2 minutes and then you never touch it again. Thank you, Scrumbles. Get well soon, huh? I'm feeling better than I was Wednesday, but it was kind of just me recovering from that situation over the past few days. I'm good enough to stream now, but fucking Thursday I was fucked, man. Fuck, no, dude.
Whenever they announce a new console, and it's just kind of like it's exciting. You're very happy about the announcement, but then it's just like, oh, yeah. So we're gonna get like 1 or 2 a month, right? Probably. And in the case of GameCube, yeah, these games are a lot more major. I don't know, like, the library was pretty good. It wasn't that huge. I don't know how many like third-party games we can expect with older systems, you know, NES, Super NES, even N64. Probably a lot easier to just like stick a ROM on there and have it be done, so they could put like a lot more like third-party stuff and obscure stuff. I feel like these GameCube games are probably gonna take a bit more to get running. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we can expect to see like as many, like whenever there's like a new announcement, are we gonna get like, oh, here's an NES game and a Super NES and an N64 and a GameCube? Or are they gonna be a little bit more rare? I really don't know, but it is exciting.
Probably like N64 and GBA, where they get their own dedicated trailers, instead of just being, you know, uploaded in batches like NES and SNES games.
I love the GameCube. There are so many great games on there, and I really, really love that a lot of these games that we've been talking about, you know, incessantly, you know, anybody who's kind of new to Nintendo this last generation, they've had to hear us like blabbing about all this stuff forever. And we have already gotten a lot of like re-releases, you know, people can finally play Thousand Year Door and whatnot.
What do you mean fine? It was remade.
It's really, really cool that now more people are going to be able to play these classic games more or less in their original forms and be either delighted or disappointed and feel like they've been misled by people like me. But you got to understand, at least at the time, this was the best library ever. I know like overall PS2 probably takes the cake. I didn't play as many games, but like to me, GameCube, that was the first system where it was just like, what on earth? How can you have so many amazing games on one system? So yeah, we start the whole process all over again of just hoping and crossing our fingers until they hurt that our favorite game will get announced, so that now we can play them in great comfort and convenience on our Switch 2s, even in handheld mode, higher resolutions, and in online play where applicable, and, you know, like restore points. That's, oh, you know what? I mean, like, when it comes to old games, when it comes to janky old games, where like, especially the difficulty balancing, that's the main problem with old games. It's not even like the outdated like design philosophies. It's that like you'll play an old game and be like, why is this one level the hardest thing I've ever played? And I, you know, like it was a great generation, but I can't even tell you how many times you'd start a game and get to a part like Star Fox Adventures. I've never beaten it because I'll just always reach a point where like one of the mini games, and I just can't do it. It's just like too hard. So I think adding restore points, this kind of emulation with the restore, I think that does so much for a game's just playability. And obviously it can be abused and it can hinder like the original developer's vision or whatever, but I don't even care. I'm so excited to be able to play some of these games with restore points. I think it's great. So yeah, GameCube. Oh, I'm watching the render. I see the preview of the live action, the reaction commentary. Oh, the DK looks so good. Oh, DK looks so good. I gotta go. I gotta talk about DK. I'm gonna talk about DK next. See you later.
He's hyped about the GameCube games. You know what? So am I. Okay, that was this video. Oh my god, he talks about DK. Just like he indicated. Then after that is a video about the prices, which I'm really interested in his take on the pricing.
I might cry.
Okay.
I feel like...
What an opener.
I feel so much. I'm not even a big DK guy. I mean, like, sure, he's always been a part of my life, you know? Got my Super NES. What was the first game I got?
DK's
Donkey
back
Kong
from
Country,
buying
of course.
cigarettes.
You know, and I love DKC Returns, Tropical Freeze, favorite 2D platformer ever. I never considered myself like a big fan of the guy in particular.
Yeah, nobody's a fan of the guy.
I like him a lot. But I am a big fan of this kind of game. You know? I am a big fan of the Nintendo quality and Nintendo style 3D platformer.
Just say you
And
like that it's by the Odyssey team.
for a long time, I have complained quite loudly about how I wish there were more 3D platformers. 2D platformers are fine. They're fun in their own way. They're just not really usually my cup of tea. And I feel like even the greater audiences...
Does he like any genre of game?
For bigger stuff. And there have been rumors about a new DK game for a couple years now. And it was one of those things where, like, I could not get my hopes up. I could not. I didn't know how they would do a new Donkey Kong game in 2D if Retro Studios wasn't doing it. Like, if Miyamoto came back and had a bigger hand in the project, and they wanted to do another 2D one, but, like, how do they separate from what Retro Studios did? How do you follow that? How do you, like, you know, people are going to be comparing the two. So I didn't know how they would do it, but I thought that's probably what they would do, just because there are some things that would hurt too much if you get your hopes up. I just wasn't betting on it. I want a new 3D DK. I've wanted it for a long time. I want a new 3D everything. Every Nintendo series that has classically been 2D platformers. I want them all to go 3D. And Kirby finally did. And that did give me some renewed
But he
hope.
hates
still,
Kirby.
I still couldn't count on it. And so now, we are getting this 3D DK game. It's funny because, yeah, I was really betting on 3D Mario, because they have to be
everybody
cooking that.
was.
They have to be close to done. Bowser's Fury was a small game. And that
It was by
released,
NST.
like 5 years
It wasn't by
ago now.
EPD.
And, so they have to be working on that. I mean, like, it could be a lot of the same team.
How do I know this, but Arlo doesn't?
This looks like a Mario game in quality and style for the most part. So I
No,
wouldn't be
I
surprised
really
a lot
like
of the
Kirby
same
Forgotten
team.
Land.
But, like, they can't... It's not like they haven't started the next 3D Mario yet. It's not like they've been working exclusively on this. Whatever, I don't know, whatever. I was so sure we'd get a new 3D Mario that even my little, like, the little red flag was going off. That thing where it's like, when you're too sure about what Nintendo's gonna do, you know what happens, right? But even then, I still was like, no, it's gotta be.
I'm still sick, but I'm listening to this Muppet ramble.
So, to not get a 3D Mario trailer, but to get this instead. This... Not only a 3D DK trailer.
Oh my god, it's heckin' DK! The King of Kong!
Perfect.
Not that King of
3D
Kong.
DK trailer. A 3D DK that looks to be everything I could possibly want. Perfect. Because even like Kirby and the Forgotten Land, I love it. I love it to pieces. It's beautiful.
Despite hating Kirby?
Art,
How?
Genuinely. But there's always been like that little tiny part of me that's like a little bit disappointed that the levels were still kind of linear. I'm always gonna love a big open world.
It was basically
kind of
3D world with Kirby.
And that
levels were
serves the
linear.
game, and it represents like Kirby's like DNA in a better
was an
way. So I'm
open
not
world
even saying
Kirby.
they shouldn't
Shut
have done
the
it. There's
fuck
just
up.
that little part of me that's like, I hope at least someday we get a more open Kirby experience. So
shut
now
up. I hate this
it's
meme.
not just a 3D DK. They didn't do the Kirby thing. This is big. This is big. I'm going through the trailer and I'm looking
We used
at
to call
these
these games
environments, and they're
sandbox
so
games.
big and they're so open, and it's clear that there's going to be a lot of just like open exploration, and I could cry. It just looks so
What on earth would be a large
good.
open
The trailer just,
open
it
world
shows
Kirby game?
off
Dude,
so
this guy does not
many.
know. He fucking hates Kirby. Every time they announce a Kirby game, he fucking loses his mind because Kirby has a dedicated developer studio and his favorite franchises do not.
So many different areas. so many of these huge, beautiful vistas, these creative and interesting places. And you know, I'm not going frame by frame. I'm not going to try to analyze everything that I see here. We'll know more about this later, and in fact, there'll probably be like a treehouse thing on it. The game comes out in 4 months. 4 stinking months is all we have to wait.
Very impressive that they hit the game for that long without it being leaked.
And then like you don't hear about it for a year, you know? But like no, we're going to be playing it in 4 months. So I would not be surprised if we get to see the game in action tomorrow or the next day. But whatever. There's just so many different environments, and scattered throughout these environments, there's just so much stuff. There's like what looks like there's NPCs, and there are objects and enemies and just things to interact with. It's
there are
more than you can even take in. It just looks like this playground.
What happens when you rush your reaction discussion?
Treasure trove.
Like an hour after the direct.
And there's gonna be like even more stuff to do than you can even glean from these images because of all of these cool new mechanics. I love the whole entire idea. It's the DK. It's a digging thing. It's a mining thing. That's like the theme of the game.
He's a digger.
Underground. And oh man, it's everything is just destructible. It makes so much sense because like what is DK? What does he do? He's big and he's strong. He's not just an ape. He's not just a guy who's gonna run around and swing and climb. He's also this big, beefy, strong guy. So there is such a humongous emphasis on destruction, on just picking stuff up and throwing it around. And of course,
well, at least he picked up what I picked up
so using
when it
all
came
that
to that
extra
game.
Processing power, like Astrobot did, just to give us
it
all
does
of these,
feel like
these
it really makes you
physics-based
feel
things,
like you're playing as DK.
Different breakable pieces and elements.
The
He's
ape
just
meme
picking
there.
up huge chunks of ground and just throwing them
Nah,
at
we
other
never got a
chunks
Kirby
of
RPG.
ground and like revealing like gems.
Unless you count a sub game in Kirby Mass Attack, but that was just a sub game.
And sometimes it's not even like obvious what's breakable. I bet like when we play it, it'll probably be more obvious. Maybe certain types of earth will be like, oh yeah, I can tell this is like a mound that you can break. But at least from the trailer, it looks like he's just taking a rock and throwing it at a random piece of ground, and it just busts open, and gems and stuff go everywhere, and he's just smashing through it all. And golly, that looks satisfying. That looks so incredibly fun. I've always loved that kind of thing. I mean,
DK's the Wreck-It Ralph of Nintendo. Don't you mean Ralph is the DK of Disney? Because Ralph was directly based on DK.
3D games. I love just having a playground, a toy box, just stuff to play with.
Welcome to the
so the idea of introducing this idea where you're like breaking the ground itself.
I am sick
and I love collecting
and
stuff,
sore
collecting money
and seeding,
so
and I'm making it
anywhere,
your
any place,
problem.
you're just breaking stuff open and getting stuff out of the earth. That just it seems like such a fun and satisfying thing to do. You know, it just looks really, really fun to do. I like how it's
so
informing
fun,
the
guys.
overall like theming and visual style.
I don't think digging when I think DK.
Let's talk
I
about
mean, in the
DK.
sense of if it's like DK is a strong, big guy, so to differentiate him from Mario, who's more athletic, like an acrobatic, you're jumping around, what would DK do in comparison in a 3D space? And I think they came to the conclusion of he would be punching everything. But it can't be a violent game, so we can't have DK hitting flesh tubers. We can't have him hitting actual style creatures. So instead we have rock-based enemies, and therefore, what do we extend from there? Like, what do we glean from there? If we have them fighting rock enemies, then how about, you know, if we're keeping it within context, how about he's a miner, and he's like he's got like all these prospector little monkey helpers, and they're excavating shit, and it's gold. But it's not just any gold, it's bananas, golden bananas. There you go. And that's already canon within the series. Golden bananas already exist. And from there, Miyamoto was like, we're cooking. It's like poetry. Every verse rhymes with the first.
Himself, you know, he's even
I actually
comes
have
out with like
Eagle.
a mining.
I
like
have
a
been
light,
drinking lots of hot
the
tea.
helmet on. New design confirmed. The old DK is he's gone. The rare DK seems to be gone, possibly permanently.
Now, the designer for Rare DK has given his blessings for the new design, Kevin Bayless. He's already tweeted that he does approve of the new design. So, Suffer Rare fans.
He looks more like his classic self, more like the movie version. Maybe I'll do like a video kind of talking about that later. I really don't know.
That's true. There is the old Donkey Kong Country 1 renders with him with the miner's hat on.
There. Some updated images or
Hey,
whatever.
Fraga. Yeah, I'm so fucked.
First off, it's the reveal that he's the star of this game, and this is a DK game. But even then, he's coming out of the shadow, and it's revealing his face for the first time. And like, sure, I loved the original.
That's a Kino entrance, not just for the trailer, but in the game in general. They really know. Again, like, Nintendo pays attention to this shit. They know people have been asking for a Donkey Kong game. And that appearance, the way that trailer just opens, like, that's them just, like, answering all that demand.
Design, and it's been the design that I've been familiar with for basically all of my life.
You'll like it when it comes out, Golden.
It is hard not to love this new version when I see
I don't have any problems with the new DK. My only stipulation was I need to see the emotions, and I've seen him emote, and I've seen there's some very forced complaints about like it's soulless or it's new DK or it's Cal Arts DK. I'm not seeing it.
Impressive. He is now.
It's a game made by Japanese people. Cal Arts my ass.
There's so many things to love about this trailer, and yeah, this is just one element that just.
DK game without Diddy or Animals isn't DK in my opinion. You haven't seen everything. And Cranky Kong is in it, and when you talk to Cranky Kong in the demo, he mentions Rambi, and not only does he mention Rambi, there's an icon of Rambi's face next to his name, obviously implying that Rambi will be in the game at some point.
It hooks itself into my very heart. Not even just the cutscenes. Like, sure, in the cutscenes, he's pulling all of these different faces. It's a lot more like Japanese, like a lot more Japanese flavored in the kinds of faces that he's making. And I know that was like a big thing with Miyamoto, you know, like DK was more Western
well, we do see the
flavored for a long
espresso
time. This is kind of like a return to the Japanese style.
It's not literally espresso,
anyway, yeah,
but it's
so, like,
ostriches
he's pulling a lot of
that
faces in the
resemble him.
cutscenes. But then even just in the gameplay, there's one shot in particular where he's like running past something and he turns his head to look at it. This is gameplay. This is active gameplay. Turns his head to look at it and it's kind of like, ooh, like he sees something he likes. And then when he moves past it, he turns his head back forward and kind of like, he kind of like smiles to himself as though he's now like thinking, ooh, yeah, that thing looked great. I'm going to get that later. It's such a little detail, and yet, like, I don't know, his smile is so...
Okay, so I guess I should mention it now. Due to Nintendo Korea and all their incredible foresight, there is a major leak already for DK Bonanza due to their website and how it is structured. It's already fixed, but for a brief period of time. I'm not going to mention what it is, because I don't want to spoil it, so I'd appreciate it if no one else mentioned it. For the purposes of anyone that may want to go in that game blind. I feel like the next Direct will reveal what it is anyway. But there was a big reveal with that game, and I saw it, and I wish I hadn't seen it because it makes so much sense, given what we already know about the game. But yeah, there are spoilers already out there for the game, and I don't think it's something like a Metroid, NES Metroid situation, where the end of the game reveals it. More like this is something the next trailer will talk about. Something the next trailer will talk about that the first trailer did everything in its power to hide. But yeah, I'm not going to say what it is. If you saw it, I would appreciate if you kept it to yourself too. Because it is big, and I really wish I had not seen it now that I know what it is.
Broad. His face is so... bright. It just like it lights up the screen, the teeth in the eyes. It's hard not to love, even though it is different and it might take.
Fraga, I don't know if you've seen, they're calling him Wokey Kong now. He's Wokey Kong.
Some getting used to. I don't think it's gonna take too much.
It's
getting used to. I think I'm already kind of falling in love with it. What else is there even to say? I'm just kind of going through the trailer. There's one shot where sorry, I'm bouncing around. It looks like just a regular piece of ground.
why do these new Mario games always add a companion character anyway? Have you been paying attention to Nintendo for the past 20 years? This started with Navi. It's not just Mario.
And he's just running down a corridor and then stops and just starts smashing the ground under him and digs down and then just starts digging forward, and it just like works. How much of this game is going to be destructible? How often can you just go off the beaten path and just start digging and seeing where you go and what you find? I don't know. It looks so amazingly fun. It's the kind of gameplay I like. You tell me 3D DK, I'm already excited, but like seeing how just like crunchy and amazing this gameplay looks, my hands are twitching.
Welcome to the sixth stream. I've been sick all week.
My hands on that controller. So these environments, they're so full. They're so full of stuff to do. We see he has so many cool new moves. We see such a huge.
That's why you stay away from the most popular sites. I wasn't going out of my way to see it either. It just as soon as it came out, 4chan was already talking about it. It's like, oh my fucking hell, man. They never use spoiler tags on that site, even when they should.
Just like enemies to fight, and
it's not like spoilers ruin a game for me anymore, or like ruin a movie for me. They never really had that effect. But as far as things, because I just know the next trailer is going to talk about it. I just feel like, okay, well, no, I would have appreciated to have held off on knowing that until the next trailer. For sure, I'm like 100% confident this will be a known detail by the time the game's out. I just don't know why the fuck would Nintendo Korea fuck up like that? Why would they already have that asset ready to post anyway is my question.
That style, though.
Yeah, it's a fucking Donkey Kong game. There's not really much you can cry about to begin with. It's a game about monkeys.
This with like the quality.
Oh no!
Like
I spoiled the Donkey Kong game. It's like spoiling the Minecraft movie
of a Mario game.
Stick and jockey.
Big professional, perfect AAA Nintendo kind of thing. But I just love to see how they have DK'd the whole thing up. It all feels like DK while also feeling very fresh and new and original. And that's the funny thing. DK himself, like we have essentially lost Rare DK. He doesn't look like Rare DK, Donkey Kong Country DK anymore. And yet, golly, I gotta wonder who's working on this game. I'm not gonna go as far as to say that like this is in collaboration with like Rare, owned by Microsoft or whatever, but like that DNA is still here. In fact, in the opening shot, like you see things with like the eyes.
That's why I can't really accept that Rare DK is gone, because if you look at the gameplay, there's so many nods to Rare DK. Like you can't take the country out of the DK at this point. There's these little fossils you can collect in the new Donkey Kong game. And the fossils are for characters like Naughty, the little beaver guys, and the pig guy from the Returns games. So those characters are getting referenced. There's obviously something going on there. It's not a reboot. I don't think it's a reboot.
Like banjo-coated, you know?
Banjo-coated.
Like it's got so much of that Banjo-Kazooie feel that I almost thought for a second before I started seeing monkey stuff, I was like, Nintendo's not collaborating with Xbox, are they? To do a Banjo-Kazooie game? Because it really feels like it, and it's great.
Young K. Rool.
It's just great because even if we're losing,
no,
some
I
of
would
that,
have said,
like,
I would have said, what
Kong
if it's a prequel? But Cranky Kong is in the game, and he's still old. If we know the Donkey Kong lore, the DK lore is that Cranky Kong is the old, original, arcade DK from back in the day, except he is now aged up. It was very odd because Cranky Kong is old, but Mario is still the same age, even though like Mario is not, it's always the same Mario, but it's never the same DK. So Mario has not visibly gotten older, but original DK is now old and he's now Cranky Kong. It's like, oh, fuck, whatever. And then you have Donkey Kong, the guy himself, who now looks the way he does. And then you have DK Jr., who is supposed to be Rare DK's father. So the DK we know now is the grandson of Cranky. And, DK Jr. is Cranky's son, who in turn is DK's father. We haven't seen Junior in decades. Now, what if Cranky is old, but this Donkey Kong is actually Junior before he grew up and had rare DK? That's the current Dingus theory, because it still supports the prequel angle, while you know, having it make sense for Cranky to still be old. Yeah, he was Jumpman, not Mario.
Entry kind of feel we still have this like overall rareware style.
The game being more Odyssey than Kong. So while I think the transition for the gameplay styles for DK64 to Bonanza is a step in the right direction, you know, and Bonanza really feels like you're in character doing DK stuff that DK would likely be doing if you set him loose in a 3D space. So Bonanza is more fitting than DK64 in that aspect. But you are right. Since it's by the Odyssey team, there's a lot of shared DNA with Odyssey that if you've played Odyssey and watched gameplay for a new DK game, it's like, it's inextricable. This is not something that you can remove. You can take the country out of DK, but you can't take the Odyssey out of Bonanza. There's too much Odyssey in Bonanza, but this means good things and bad things. You have, just like how you were constantly getting rewarded with moons, in Odyssey you're constantly getting rewarded with golden bananas in Bonanza. There are floating platform challenges in sub-areas that are like platforms in a void, just like in Odyssey. There are platforms in the main world, just like the scarecrows in Odyssey. You're constantly getting rewarded every second, just like in Odyssey. There are little pick-me-ups that are divided in like, you pick them up and the counter for them counts in decimals, just like the purple coins in Odyssey. Was it the purple coins, the original coins? It was one of those. Or it might be mixing it up with the purple coins from Mario Wonder. Either way, they're taking ideas from the Mario games that they have previously developed. And this means as much good as it does bad.
Kind of permeating this whole thing in all the best ways. Just in all the best ways. So it's fresh and it's new and it's next gen, while also being kind of grounded in that older style, still like having something of a nostalgic feeling. I can watch this and immediately see like, yes, this is a DK game. It's a modern DK game, but it's a DK game. Nothing about this is not. It's perfect DK. What else? We've got some 2D sections. They're kind of obligatory at this point.
Are
I don't know
they?
if that's just like a Nintendo thing. They just kind of feel like they
DK64
have to.
didn't have
Just a cute
2D
little nod.
segments.
We gotta have the 2D sections. We have to call back, especially with like the first 3D one, right? We gotta call back to the older games. So it's
Oh
fair.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know at this
Wait,
point.
2D segments? Just like in Odyssey.
It's almost kind of a gimmick. It's just like, we get it. We get it. There's got to be the little 2D thing. But it's cute, and I do like how some of these shots of the 2D parts kind of call back to the original Donkey Kong Country, even with like the trees. It's very iconic imagery. But even then, in the trailer, and then it cuts to like him on a minecart, and it's just this incredibly huge open environment. So
Oh my god,
so
you can't
cool.
have
There's
heckin'
so much
DK without
verticality.
minecarts.
Some of these places, like the camera like pans down, and you can just see that some of these places they just stretch up and up and up. I only just now noticed. There's a part in the trailer where he's looking at this weird little rock thing, but now, like, yeah, that little rock thing is like hanging out on his shoulder. So it seems to be like a little friend, a little like Nintendo style helper friend. But it's like this cute little rock. I love this little rock. I really, really like this little rock. I don't know. I want to know more. I don't know if it's going to talk or what, but I am a fan. There's other stuff. There's so many details. There's so much we could talk about. I'm sure, like, you know, real DK fans are probably just having a real good day, poring over every single frame of this, because there's
There's
much
one
to take
DK fan
in.
we can
Lots
check
of
in on real
returning
quick.
stuff. You got the ostriches and everything. You've got this,
Seth Rogen
I love the
reference? Hell no.
bosses. You know,
There
it
better
shows
not be.
off like a bunch of the bosses. That's really cool. Each one is just so visually interesting, especially the end of the trailer. Just shows off this sequence of stuff from like cutscenes and really cool like monkey ape characters. I mean, it's like straight out of a Mario game. It really is just every.
Was it you who called in the PWR show? No. I appreciate the chicanery of PWR, but when it comes to like that guy and Captain Alex and Chester Cheeto, I know that's not his name, and Gamer Stevie and Gamer Chris and all these other guys in like the vicinity of Phil, I just keep my distance and I look at it from afar. So I've seen the segments that Kino Casino has done on him, and he is a funny individual. And I do like the extensive, almost autistic debates over whether that guy is legitimate or just doing a bit. He's got a channel going 5 years back. Now it is possible that it's like option 3, where he is retarded, but also playing it up because he has people watching him. Apparently, he had tricked people into thinking that he was this wrestler troll or something. Be Awesome One went into it. But who people thought he was is not who he actually is. He was using someone else's face to masquerade as, which would suggest it would suggest a level of OPSEC beyond what you would expect for one of Phil's pet retards. Which is why I'm saying is like, why the level of debate over is this guy real or is he not?
Every single bit, every drop of the quality that you would expect, and like you know,
no,
this
it
trailer,
wasn't
it's
me, though.
reminding me of the Mario Odyssey trailer, all over again.
I would just say, not that people should listen to me, but if I gotta get my F-slur ass opinion out there, yes. Have your fun with him, but don't have it like tip into like cow tipper or A-log territory. Like don't spoil it for everybody else. Don't be fucking weird is what I'm saying. Don't go up there. Don't sound like a dingus, first of all. If you're gonna be on there and you have your script ready, have your script ready. I heard Ludwig had a call that was pretty funny. Just have your shit prepared, and don't spill your spaghetti, as they used to say.
It's everything you
Have
could
your
want.
ducks
It's
in
every
a
bit
row.
as exciting and grand as you could want in a 3D DK
Yeah, just call
game.
him and ask him what's for dinner.
It even does the old banana. I just say, there you go.
But yeah, don't
There you
ruin
go.
it for
What
everybody
else
else.
could you
Don't go in there, say
What
slurs,
else
trying
could
to
you
get them
possibly want?
banned.
That's where I'm at right now with Donkey
That's
Kong
not cool.
Bonanza.
Come
It's
on.
just, what else
You're
could I
fucking the
possibly want?
content.
This is it. This is all of it. This is everything that a 3D DK could be. And yeah, it's one of those trailers that just it's got that Nintendo magic, that magic of where you can just kind of lose yourself.
I completely
that's why
forgot about
Nintendo is
Acid
great.
Face.
Even as I get older, even as I you know, my tastes change in some ways. I've kind of drifted away from some of the stuff that I enjoyed when I was younger. But to see a trailer like this, and I know to play a game like this, when Nintendo can hit you right there in that spot, make
Yeah, I
you
hear
just forget for a moment that
a lot of
you
people
are
have been
an
having
adult.
their fun with him. But me, my
you're
opinion,
just-
I
you're
just
just a
prefer
kid
to
again.
watch. I
I'm
would not
watching
really
this
have anything
trailer,
to say to him.
and I am a kid again.
And
You
I don't
know,
want to
just
really
filled with
influence. This is always like my line in the sand when it comes to that stuff. Not to say, again, when I say this, I feel like I'm lecturing people, like, oh, you're not allowed to have fun. I'm just talking about me personally. My line in the sand is really the influencing the content direction, which is why I say just be mindful, and don't just be mindful, but make sure what you're gonna say is funny and all that. If you're gonna say something funny. But I always am wary about influencing the content. The reason that I am wary is because this is Expand Dong here, you know, the guy who used to ask DSP stupid questions that would make him spurg out. So like I am able to say this because I come from a position where, you know, that's literally what I used to do, and I don't find it as entertaining anymore. If only because I guess Phil himself is just fucking. Phil today is not the Phil of 5 years ago. Yeah, so don't get it twisted with what I'm saying there.
unbridled joy and
Thanks,
optimism.
Bandong. How's it going,
just
dude?
out of my mind, excited to play this video game.
That's a good comparison too. With the Kino stuff, I have never talked to PPP or Worski. You know, I'm not in their DMs or nothing. When the arc started, I added them once for the first clip of DSP talking about them, and that was it. And then I don't think they even responded back. They may have retweeted, but I've not had direct communications with them. There's always the joke of like, oh, Dingus, your clips are responsible, or this, that, and the other. You have a direct line to Triple P. Well, not really. All I did was clip, dude.
Just looks so darn cool. Yeah, 4 months.
Sorry for revealing the positive
4
content.
months
Ah, you're
for
fine.
Donkey Kong Bonanza. I can't even believe it's not even a holiday game. Yeah, mid-year kind of.
For what it's worth, the stuff that I have
So there you
seen
go.
of PWR is quite
Can't
amusing.
even believe it. Just cannot even believe it.
I hesitate covering Stevie. That's the real question, right? So you have PWR. You know, I hear he opened up the latest Gundam video. He's in the latest Gundam video. I think other content creators are setting their sights on him. So it gets to the level of if too many people find out about this individual, and then that has the higher risk of crazier people finding out about that person because bigger people are finding out about him. And then it kind of opens the Pandora's box. And now you have too many cooks in the kitchen. For where it was fun before, now it kind of goes... It starts to veneer into this new territory, right? I get your hesitation there, Anne. There was that concern there when Captain Alex was the new hat, the new hotness. There was a concern there with Captain Alex, if I recall. Some people might argue that gatekeeping is necessary. All right, that was a DK video. Oh, I had also said there's a Donkey Kong fan I know that we can check in on. The Donkey Kong prophecy has been fulfilled. Captain Alex is Sav's project now. I gotta get back to Sav. Because she had told me that she wanted to play Kirby and the Amazing Mirror with me, and Blooper, and Cesaru, I think. We yet never set up a date for that. I really do want to play that game.
Oh, it is Mario. Wait.
Look at him, look at him. Look at his friend.
Yeah, actually, it might be.
Why is he wearing a Funky Kong shirt?
Oh, wait, Banana. Yeah, Banana. I think it is Donkey Kong, but it looks... Dude, is this it? Looks this Banana!
He's been waiting decades for this moment. He lost his mind here. He knew. He knew he's coming.
Oh my gosh! Banana Man. Are you eating it right now?
Is he okay?
Oh my gosh!
Let's go. Did you put on deodorant before raising your arms like that?
I called it. You gotta lose in a control game. I don't like the way you look.
Oh, no, wait, the friend is a rare DK Chad. No.
I don't like the way you look.
Ah!
I don't care, dude. It's Donkey Kong. He's gonna change outfits.
Guys, fuck you. He's gonna. It's okay. Be glad we're getting anything.
Yes. No, 3D Mario. It's 3D Donkey. I told you guys. Bro, I tweeted this yesterday.
But that's a Blue Sky screenshot.
Hold on, do we have the Kremlings? I told you!
Pick up Skokie. I'll answer you after this.
Yes!
Can we talk about like why did he slap the ostrich's tits though? Is there something you want to tell us, DK?
What's with the outfit?
You want some Cloaca action? Okay, how does he feel about the villains though?
This looks so fun, and Mario can't do this, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we need Donkey Kong. They didn't want to listen to the boy. Where's the other? I need to see like Kremlings.
Oh my god, dude, his friend is such an old Chad. He wants to see the Kremlings, he wants old TK. They're gonna have so much fights over this game. Go ahead, what?
Oh my gosh, it's so weird. And did I not tell you it was gonna be really different? I told you. Tokyo EPD. Brother, I told you. Catrello knows. Okay, I'll stop. Dude, I just made a video. Did we not say 2025? Yeah. Donkey Kong Bonanza.
And I'm glad I love video games almost as much as that guy does. That guy is so happy to be alive right now. I can't say the same for his friend. I can't wait for the debate video they put out about that game. Now, Goki says, how do I feel about Emma Frost's ass in Marvel Rivals? I saw Melanie Mac try to claim that porn is ruining today's generation of men because Marvel somehow tricked people into liking a transvestite. I assume this was with the picture, because this is the new character, right? Emma Frost showing the ass and shit. So she posted a picture of the Emma Frost skin and then called it basically a alphabet, an alphabet person, and then said porn has led to so much brain rot in men, white men, that they look at this and think it's hot. So she called it a trans moment. I don't know, I mean, most of the skins in the game up to this point have been very appealing. The ones I've seen. Emma Frost is a woman. I know, I'm telling you, I know the character is female, but she looked at that, and regardless of whether, you know, male, female, this, that, or the other, she called it a transvestite. It looks like a transvestite. Like, it doesn't look like a woman, I guess, is her critique. And the critique that male fans find that suitable, like it's not sexy enough. Not even that it's like safe horny. Like it is, like she is so blatantly horny, but it looks like a trans character. I mean, is she a Marvel fan? I don't think she is. It's just another culture war person like Grums, another culture war den. I know Trump is based, obviously, but this does not mean that there cannot be grifters in this aisle, just as there are grifters everywhere, all around us. Melanie Mac probably ticks those boxes, I think. Let's just start with Spear Hunter. I'll get the tweet if you guys don't believe me. Oh, wait. I gotta properly pause it. Actual question, are your thoughts on the tariff stings with Vietnam and Taiwan? What did that mean we could pre-order on the night with no price increase? Wasn't there an update with the I was gone all day today, so I haven't seen any news alerts. I do know that Nintendo shifted production of their systems from Taiwan to Vietnam, expecting tariffs in Taiwan, and so they moved their shit to Vietnam, and then tariffs ended up happening anyway, so they got fucked either way. I haven't heard a price increase. I just knew that the pre-orders were going to be delayed. Let me bring up the tweet just so one person can't say I made that up. Knowing, if you know anything about Melanie Mac, you know that I can't. There's no way I can make it up, even if I wanted to, because the truth is stranger than fiction, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. So, oh my God, over 500 people responded. Not even 1,000 likes. 350,000 people saw it. Oh my God. Oh, she is not. Oh no. Okay, so wow, so many people. Okay. All right, this is gonna. Okay, you guys are coon-brained. So you're the perfect audience to debate this right here, right now. Okay, so yeah, we'll pull up 2 tweets from her. This was the first one that went viral. Negatively viral. So, is this Lady Trump or something? Lady MAGA? I don't fucking know who that person is. Well, I do, but like, I don't know. I'm just gonna say that's Lady MAGA. Melanie Max says, porn is turning men gay. People are all excited because Marvel created a drag queen with prosthetics. She's calling them a trans. Ah! So you have Emma Frost on the right with the new outfit. Now, Melanie Mac is deeply anti-porn. She's like that fake Christian, giga anti-porn camp. The same camp that a lot of these other grifters are in. Just absolutely like fucking Triple P knows more about Christianity than this bitch. So she censored the outfit on the right because she believes that it goes against her beliefs or whatever, and is basically saying the character is a trans, no different than Lady MAGA, comparable to Lady MAGA. And then we have her second tweet. Okay, so here. Am I here? Are we alive? Are we here? Are we here? Am I existing? Hello? I'm the one. OBS did that thing where it crashes, and I just gotta cope and sneed about it. Melanie Mac is DDoSing. Melanie Mac, no! Hold the line, VOD bros. Okay, let me scroll up. And I thank you guys for hanging around. Fine, the real issue is Hollywood and the other media are making very cookie-cutterish idea of what female should look like. It just so happens it's so makeup heavy it blurs the line. Yeah. In particular, Melanie Mac is isn't she heavily trad-pilled? So she has like a very cookie-cutter impression of what a lady's style should be. Melanie Mac needs a man so bad. We need someone to take one for the team. Wasn't Duty into her? I was about to say. I was like. I didn't say any naughty words. A transvestite is not a no word. So I thought for a second something went wrong. Okay, let me reread the tweet. Emma Frost looks like a post-surgery large man in drag. Meanwhile, the other women in the game actually look like women. It's painfully obvious what they're doing here. China is still with the transgender psyop on Americans. They just landed up and people are eating it up. I don't know what she's going at with there. Is China's OPSEC is getting us more into trans? Like, have you been to America, Melanie? You live in it, apparently. America's already down with trans. That's what Trump's trying to sweep up. Why does China need to psyop us into liking trans? We're already infected with it. That's what. If anything, it makes more sense that they're trying to infect us with actually attractive white women. Okay, Emma Frost had a svelte feminine frame before this. It's mind-boggling that anyone who isn't an alphabet advocate, oh, I should steal that term, is excited about the masculinization going on here. Easy bait, it looks like they succeeded. I don't see it. I don't. She's the only person, like, I don't even see Grums crying about this. I haven't checked his Twitter, but I feel like if I did, I wouldn't find any complaints here. But you know what? Just to satiate my own curiosity, let me pull up the Grums Twitter. Is Grums crying about Emma Frost? Or is this something that is completely unique to Melanie Mac? See, talk about Asmongold. Okay, here it is. He likes it. Grums likes it. That's the Grums tweet. It's him posting a video, and it's like her Emma's thighs are jiggling, and he likes it. Unless that's not Emma Frost, but I see what seems to be Emma Frost's name behind the character, so it has to be Emma Frost, obviously. So Grums likes it. So it's quite incongruous here. I go to Grums for all my anti-woke takes. How does Grums not share the same anti-woke take as Melanie Mac? One of these people is in the wrong here. I don't actually go to Grumps for my anti-woke takes. I go to Synthetic Man for that. Hello, Triple D. Yeah, Melanie was high when tweeting that. Melanie's eggs are cooked. Well, I don't know about that. Trump and Nintendo segment yet? Not really. Of course, Trump's actions are directly responsible, obviously. But it's not like he's banning sales of the console, so in theory, if Nintendo wanted to, they could just eat a loss on the tariffs and just, like, face tank it for their fans and consumers. But they're not, because they're a greedy company. Whoa, buddy. And that would be my hot take. Because you go to Twitter, and everyone's blaming Trump right now. And again, Trump's actions are obviously responsible. Obviously. But it feels like, to a certain degree, a scapegoating of Trump so that Nintendo doesn't have to take the whole heat of responsibility. Because up until that moment, the pricing concerns, you know, everyone was shitting just on Nintendo for that. And then the Trump tariffs got announced, and now it's kind of shifted. So we're like partially blaming Trump, but also kind of partially blaming Nintendo still. It's like we're kind of misdirecting the heat there. Hey, praise that, son. Nintendo trying to damage control. To be fair, they didn't mention Trump in their press release. They did say tariff though. Speaking of prices, since you asked for it, let's talk about prices. Whoa, this is gonna be a negative style video.
Switch 2 Direct was amazing. It was amazing. Just revealed a bunch of great games, a bunch of great features, told us a whole bunch of stuff that we wanted to hear. I think, you know, there's plenty of people who are, you know, iffy on the announcements or whatever. I think for the most part, it's been a very positive experience. And yet there's really one thing, like really just like one thing. And even now I'm looking at the, you know, I just put out my discussion video, and almost every comment, it's actually really unfortunate because this should be a really amazing, momentous occasion, nothing but pure joy. But there is one thing about all this. It really seems to be bringing everybody down. One bad... Why can't I think of an analogy? What's like a bad apple, a bad egg, a monkey wrench is a rotten monkey wrench thrown into the pie. I don't know. One bad thing that make the rest of thing that should be good less good. And it's prices.
It's only the games people are complaining about too. I think most people are understanding of the price of the console. I think people were expecting over 500, to be honest.
Was maybe telling that Nintendo did not mention prices at all in the presentation, in the original Switch 1
well, again, I think
they mentioned how much the thing cost.
Well, the reason they didn't mention prices is, again, I think they knew the tariffs were happening, and they were a known quantity that they had to be, they couldn't pre-record the prices because they could have changed at any moment as a result of the tariffs. So I think that's why they weren't in the direct, because they wanted to wait until the last possible moment.
Because, you know, it mattered when it was coming out and all the specs and everything, and price is definitely an important part of the discussion. But they did not mention it, and I think that might have been because they didn't want to distract from the fun. It could be that they were not able to decide the price until recently, because of, you know, economic stuff.
But yeah, have you seen the absolute state of the yen?
That has
it crashed out even harder recently.
Strategy. So basically, man, those crows. Do you hear those crows? Going nuts outside. Sorry.
Yeah, 450 is okay.
By birds. A lot of birds around here. So the Switch itself, we were hoping for 400, and of course here I'll say this before we actually go into it. Prices are different everywhere. Every region is different. I know that some regions have it worse than we do here in the U.S., but I'm mostly looking at here in the U.S. And of course, different products and things. All of these prices are kind of coming out. I don't know all of the information yet.
The absolute state of Canada.
The initial information.
Like 700 for a Switch 2.
Yeah, we were hoping that the Switch 2 would be $400. That seemed like a sweet spot. The original Switch was $300. This is a beefier piece of tech, and inflation and all that stuff. Lots of bad things have happened in the world and the economy between then and now over the last 8 years. So we thought, okay,
so soy-pilled with it.
Really
a lot of bad things have happened recently. Just say what happened.
Get it into a lot of people's hands, but still treating it like we've talked about it before. The whole psychological balance thing. That was the sweet spot. But because of recent stuff coming up, we just the tariff thing. We would just say that. I'm not gonna go into any of that. We'll just say it is now going to become much more
politics on my channel
for other countries.
Yeah, I need to hear Arlo say Orange Man bad.
Here, they are going to incur additional costs in doing so, and big companies do not like to lose money. They do not like to sell their products for less profit. So we're going to see a lot of increased prices and a lot of goods, and it seems that has affected Nintendo. I don't know. I'm pretty confident that it was going to be $400, and now it is $450. Here in the U.S., it is going to be $450. It is going to be $500 for the bundle that comes with Mario Kart. And it is disappointing. It is. I'm not gonna lie. And it's of course it's a little easier for the content creators, people for whom this is their job. Like pretty much no matter what the price is, I'm gonna pay it because it's my job. I kind of have to. But
again, Arlo, you're just gonna write it off.
These kinds of differences, it can make the difference. It is unfortunate that it's going to be that much more. It's not like, it wasn't 500 total or whatever. Okay, an additional 50, sure, but yeah, just coming off of the original Switch, it's already $100 more. That's already tough. To me, the increased price of the system was a little bit easier to take, but oh boy, the games. Wow.
Arlo's not gonna sweep it up, boys.
I made a video talking about how I thought it was almost guaranteed that Nintendo would start selling their big games.
Yeah, Nintendo's not making a deal with Trump. If anything, I was saying it in the server. I was like, Trump, in theory, Trump would be Xbox's strongest soldier. Trump should be the next Xbox ambassador because Trump would want the American console to succeed. You would think so. That's why he's sabotaging Nintendo with these ill-timed tariff announcements.
Tears of the Kingdom was 70, and a lot of PlayStation, like big first-party PlayStation games.
We love
a lot
Xbox.
Of other third parties.
Xbox is the greatest console.
Current gen games for 70. That's just kind of like the
I
new
was slaying
standard.
virgins in Halo 2 back in the day.
Whole argument. There's always a back and forth about inflation and all that stuff. I talk about all that in the video. Go check it out if you haven't. So I thought, like, oh no. What a bad, we're in the bad timeline. Oh no, games are gonna be $70. And I knew that like Nintendo would probably still be flexible. Maybe not every game. Maybe not every game would be $70. Maybe just like the biggest ones, possibly, or it could be every game. I really don't know. Pricing has been across the board fairly standard for a good while now, over a good few generations.
Now to talk about GTA 6 gonna be $100 for the standard edition. Get out of here. Donkey Kong is $70, just like Tears of the Kingdom was. Mario Kart would be $80. Some people were saying the physical would be $90, the digital would be $80. I've heard nothing substantiating that in America since the day one, reveal here. So that may have just been rumor mongering or only applicable to certain European countries. So for Europeans, $80 though, mamma mia. Now, perhaps the April 17 Direct will reveal as to why Nintendo feels as though that is an $80 product. I'm assuming months and months of free DLC waves, all at no extra cost to the players. Thing like the Fortnite Battle Pass, except you don't have to pay for it. So in essence, completely aping, aping, because Donkey Kong, completely aping the model that Crash Team Racing Nitro Field had, where you had every month a few new characters and a new track.
But this generation we're seeing a lot more flexibility. We're seeing a lot more games priced more on an individual basis based on what the game is, which is, I mean, it's kind of cool in its own way. It's nice that we can be flexible. Why does every single game have to cost the same amount of money, you know? And, you know, there's all these talks now that GTA 6 is probably going to be $100. I don't doubt it. I really don't doubt it. They've spent enough time on it. It's probably going to be big. It's probably going to be a really, really just impossibly huge video game experience. Maybe they could be justified charging $100 for it, just based on how much content and how much money they put into it. I don't really know. But yeah, I was really thinking $70 Switch games. But the problem with that is even that was just kind of like looking at the scenario that we had found ourselves in up to that point and not yet considering the tariff thing. And it seems that the tariff thing
why is he like this? Why is he like this? Why is he like this?
I did not imagine a scenario where Nintendo would go past $70. I didn't. We've been paying $60 for so long that Tears of the Kingdom's 70 felt like an exception. So then if, like, you know, across the board, the biggest games...
Well, in particular, it was an exception because Tears launched at 70, and we had Pikmin 4 right after, and it was still 60. And every first party since then was also still 60.
Let's have some fun.
What the fuck? Thank you, Eagle. The Sick and Sore. Gifted Tier 1. 1 month sub. It's Ivan Zypher, thank you. Congratulations, Ivan.
Switch 2 ended up being 70.
Orange Man bad, Blue Muppet good.
Mario Kart World is 80. It's $80.
Okay, so, but he's like a massive Nintendo fan, and he just said GTA 6 will likely have enough content to justify the $100 price tag for how long they've been working on it. Now, I'm pretty sure Mario Kart has been in development for at least 4 to 5 years actively. And he's a big Nintendo guy. Like, do you really look at all the gameplay you've seen over the past week? You really think that there isn't enough under the hood there to justify $80? Like, I'm not sweeping for Nintendo, but to say that GTA 6, without seeing much of GTA 6, like, that's not, you know, pre-rendered trailer footage or whatever, like, not seeing actual gameplay, you can say, oh yeah, that'll be worth $100 for a standard edition. You can say that with confidence, but you can't say Mario Kart's gonna be worth $80. A game that will likely sustain itself, evergreen, free DLC, all this and that. New characters, new tracks. It's just inevitable with the whole games as a service angle that these Mario spin-offs keep pushing. He'll probably explain himself in a second.
80. And that's unreal. Going from 60 to 80.
Okay, here's my next sweep. How does he know that Mario Kart World's $80 price tag won't just be the exception, just like Tears of the Kingdom was the $70 exception on Switch 1? So he just mentioned that Tears of the Kingdom was the exception on Switch 1 for price tags. The games were all $60, except for Tears, which was $70. So how does he know that Mario Kart won't be the $80 exception for first party on Switch 2, and $70 is actually the standard MSRP? That's what I'm thinking, like, because I'm looking at all these. We don't have many first party games with MSRP is out already. Kirby does not have a price. Hyrule Warriors doesn't have a price. I don't think Metroid and Pokemon have prices either. But DK is 70 and Mario Kart is 80. And just having those two games prices and not having a third or fourth, I want to say is almost entirely the cause of this $80 games debate. You just think the games are going to be all $80 because Mario Kart is $80, but Mario Kart is Mario Kart, and very few other games are going to have that Mario Kart prestige. I think most of them will be 70, and the ones with that extra layer of prestige will be 80. Like the next 3D Zelda will probably be $80. I got no problem saying that. But Mario Kart, yeah, $80. Every other first-party game that doesn't have that same level of height, yeah, probably 70. 80 block.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money. That's almost 100. But and that's here. That's in the U.S. Like no, like Kane. He's he lives in the UK.
Triple P was saying he was going to pay
And it's
120
like
for Mario Kart.
There costs almost the same as like the dollar amount, but in pounds. So is like that much.
Yeah,
more.
I can't wait
It's
to buy
like
shark
30%
cards
more or
again in
something.
GTA 6.
Games are already the equivalent of like over $100 for them, and so now it's like 80 here.
You have to consider too that these things are supposed to be luxuries. I don't want to sweep too hard because it is expensive, but these are luxuries. These are not. You act as though, okay, if I buy this, I can't pay my bills. I can't get groceries. Okay, Phil, fucking set your life in order first before focusing on your leisure, your luxuries there, bud.
But like 80 or 85, it might even be 85, like more pounds there, which is going to be equivalent of like $120 or something for one game. And yeah, again, like I can justify this. People who do YouTube for a living can, they kind of have to. But your average person, especially, that's something I go into in the $70 video.
Dude, Ann was like, I'm not gonna buy the Switch 2 on day one, guys. Well, you know he's gonna buy a Switch 2 on day one. God damn it, I missed the thing. Fuck. Sapa dingus? Don't worry. I got another fast travel point. Somewhere. Here. Damn it. It was literally right here. Which one was closer? This one?
Yo, that's the problem.
You know Ant's gonna buy it day
one. Money
one.
is worth less, and things are more expensive. The consumer gets double, triple, quadruple hurt by it. Because these companies are adjusting their prices to make up for the lost revenue. Okay, so now we're the ones who have to suffer extra. Now my money is worth less, and things cost that much more. So I have less spare money to spend on these things, and they.
How can Arlo talk about the economics of it? The political economics he has no problem talking about, but the tariffs he's like, oh yes, the tariffs sting.
Cost even more money, and that is unfair. Really, really seriously unfair. And again, I'm not going to go into the whole political thing about it, but
oh yeah, I bet you aren't.
Is these big companies, Nintendo included, they
and I know he's only like this in an attempt to relate to the average viewer who looks at his stuff, but he really does have that seat of privilege, as they say, and that he gets to write all of these things off on his taxes. And don't get me wrong, ladies and gentlemen, you know I use that cheat code too. So does Phil, so does every other streamer you know, but it seems kind of shallow and pedantic to attempt to relate yourself as though you are the common man, Arlo, when you are so obviously not. At least he doesn't hide it. He does regularly say that he writes shit off on his taxes. I remember seeing him do the Alarmo video. Remember the Alarmo, the Nintendo alarm clock? So he put out a video for the Nintendo Alarmo, and he was like, oh my god, I gotta buy this. I gotta buy this within an amount of time so I could write it off on my 2024 taxes. And it's like he didn't want to buy the Alarmo to do an actual review. He wanted to buy it to just buy it, just like the art of buying it, and then also just to have one more thing to write off on his taxes. Just like the pseudo idea of getting it kinda for free, basically, after cutting Uncle Sam a paycheck.
They have to appease their shareholders, and they risk a lot of problems and a lot of backlash and potentially a lot of lost money in lost shareholders and in plummeting share prices and whatnot if they don't.
But how does this affect you personally, Arlo?
Because that's you know, as we talk about endlessly, that's the problem with like this current brand of just unchecked capitalism. It's just,
oh my God.
It always has to be more. It's not enough to
Why
make a
couldn't you
lot.
just say the capitalism thing?
If it's not more, if it's less, you are failing, and investors will bail, and you know your company's overall value will go down, and it's just a shame because it would be okay to make less for any of these companies. It's okay to still make billions and billions and billions of dollars, but slightly fewer billions of dollars than before. But instead, the unfortunate reality is pretty much across the board. They're just
Instead of
gonna raise
pointing the
prices
finger at
even
Trump
more.
and allegedly unchecked rampant capitalism, why don't you just ask your daddies at Nintendo to lower the price of the console and have the Japanese government just take the L on the tariffs? Oh, but it has to be Trump's fault, or else it's Nintendo's fault. And we can't have that happen because we're a trusted partner with Nintendo. They send you games for free, Arlo, so you can't shit talk them like you used to, right?
And it's a real shame. $80 for Mario Kart, and it's okay. At the very least, they're not 80 across the board. Again, things are flexible.
Yeah, I'm taking damage in the water because it's a thunderstorm right now. It's like DSP in Tears of the Kingdom when he did understand how the iron armor works. But I have enough HP that I should be able to get over to that little island without completely getting felted.
Donkey Kong, 70. Okay, I can't believe I'm saying that I'm relieved that Donkey Kong is only $70, but at the very least it means that now 80 is like the big one, the biggest games, the biggest, most expensive popular games or whatever, you know, especially if they have a lot of online elements. I get it, that kind of thing takes more money to develop and maintain and all that stuff. So yeah, we can at least be a little bit relieved that they're not all 80, but the fact that any are 80. You know, Mario Kart, that's the launch game. That's the game. That is the game
it's a Nopon
that people will
Village.
be playing day one on their Switch 2s. And it's $80 on top of the $450 that it costs to get the system in the first place. Another slight relief. I was worried that the bundle, the Mario Kart bundle, would increase the price that much, but no, the bundle is $500. So they're essentially selling Mario Kart for $50 if you buy the bundle. So that is nice. That really genuinely.
It's kind of crafty too, because they know you're gonna want they know you're gonna want Mario Kart. So it's like you see the $450 price tag, you're like, oh, it's not so bad. But it's like for a day one game. Well, I may as well spend the $500. It's just $50 more versus $80 more if I get the game later.
It's nice to know that for
when I become Arlo's #1 A-log, I'm curious about the origins. I've been following him for years, ever since he got popular for shitting on the Wii U Paper Mario. He used to be a hater. He actually used to be a Nintendo hater, at least a modern day Nintendo hater. But over the years, he has softened up. He's become flanderized, and he's become very safe and neutral and very particular in a way in which he covers Nintendo content now. That's not at all like how he used to cover it. He lost his edge. He sanded his edge. All his rougher edges are gone. I just find him very unique. Maybe it's because he's a fucking talking Muppet on YouTube.
$500, you can get the Switch 2 and Mario Kart. You save some money there. It's a little bit more reasonable. Sure. And that is going to push a lot of people to get the bundle. It really is. But yeah, the whole thing is it's rather disappointing, and I can't pretend to understand all of it, although the economic side of things. This is all as I understand it. And I do see a lot of people really angry at Nintendo for, you know, being anti-consumer or whatever. I like to judge, you know, I like to
Apparently, Kuroi, the difference in between physical and digital, like physical costing more than digital, that only applies to certain European countries right now. I haven't seen any American listings have that difference in price. I've seen physical Mario Kart World listings in America for $80. So yeah, that's only applying to certain, because I have seen, was it Portugal? The Portugal prices having that difference? I think it was Portugal.
Shame on you at Nintendo and other companies.
I'm in Portugal, bitch.
I kind of feel like they're just doing what everybody's doing. It's kind of, I'm not going to say it's out of their hands. Technically, they could do whatever, but like with a company that big, again, so like the stock value and the shareholder, like it's so important. It's so important to them, and there are so many people involved in this decision process that it's not as simple as them just being like, oh, you know what? We're just gonna take the hit. I don't know. Maybe it would be. Maybe I should be more mad. Maybe this is a Stockholm syndrome kind of thing. Maybe I should be like, no, you should take the hit. You should accept a little bit less revenue.
Mario Kart looks great to me. I'll have fun with that. Obviously, we can do Dingus lobbies. We can do Anne and Blooper and Saru showdowns of the century collab. It's gonna be great.
Just a little bit less so that your fans can actually afford this stuff. Because as it is now, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm.
When they sold new, I'm sorry, I keep pausing. When they sold 3DS XLs and new 3DS XLs in Europe, they didn't come with the charger there either. It was the only way they could do it to make it cheaper. It was another economic situation. They came with chargers over here though.
Looking at the comments, and I know that's not really representative of everybody, but like, people are mad. People are really, really upset. There are a lot of people who are just like, yeah, I can't afford this. If games are this expensive now, and really, I think that Nintendo could really, really help this by just not being so stingy with the sales. You know,
okay, so you
if
can
they
blame
have
Nintendo.
to
Good.
release their games and their hardware at a kind of a higher price to make up for the tariff stuff. It's gonna be a lot easier to take if they just give a little bit. They just ease up.
You gotta give. You gotta kneel
and do more.
You gotta kneel to Daddy Trump there, Shigeru Miyamoto, baby. You gotta a little kiss the ring there, Shiggy.
Sales down the line, even if it's like an $80 game that somewhere down the line, maybe not, not years and years, just somewhere, maybe this Christmas you can get
yeah, he's like a
Mario
battered
Kart
housewife.
For
Just
like 60,
hit me
like
a little less harder.
60, that's gonna be a little bit of an easier pill for a lot of people to swallow. They gotta give a little bit. They cannot be so stingy the whole generation, or that really is genuinely going to affect. That actually will probably affect sales. This early on, we even had plenty of analysts saying like, they might just release the Switch 2 at a super high price because they know that early on, the enthusiasts are going to get it. No matter what, day one, a lot of people are going to get it. No matter what the prices are. Nintendo makes a bunch of money and they can just lower prices later. That is true to a point, but there is at least a chance that if these games are coming out, they're $70, they're $80, the system itself is a lot. You may get a lot of people who are like, oh, I guess I'm really not getting one this year. I'll get one later when it's cheaper. If Nintendo lowers the price, or if they do some actual like substantial sales on their games or whatever, I don't know. I don't know how much this is going to impact early sales. We all had this great idea that the Switch 2 was going to be the best-selling, fastest-selling console of all time at launch. And maybe that'll still happen, but I don't know. People are mad. It's a lot. It's a tremendous, tremendous amount of money, especially considering our money is just worth less now. Food costs so much. Food takes up so much of our entire budget, all of our income, just like basic, like life necessities. It's getting harder and harder to just live and pay rent and everything, and it's a really big problem. And so, like, yeah, how many people can go and spend $600-700 on a new system with a couple of games? I don't know. I really don't know. And there's other stuff we're waiting to see. We still don't know how much it's going to cost to upgrade games to Switch 2 editions. Every game, essentially, is going to be a question mark at this point. Is 70 the minimum? Like, are we still going to get some $60 games? Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment, is that going to be 70 or 80 or 60?
Zelda, 80.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yes.
But it's a bummer. This should be nothing but a day of celebration. So it is a bummer that there's
True Golem, there's a page already up
for
the free updates. There will be free updates. Some of these will be to add game share. Even so, a lot of them specify that they will improve performance as well. Echoes of Wisdom was on that page, as well as Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. You can't tell me the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet one won't improve performance. That so obviously will. If it adds content or features, those are the ones that will be paid upgrades.
It's like the one thing, and it should all be good, but there's like one thing that makes it less good. There's one rotten monkey just messing up everyone's day.
Whoa, Arlo, whoa. Whoa, I don't know what he was talking about there. Arlo having a red pill moment. Oh yeah, let's get one more Donkey Kong reaction. This is from your other favorite Donkey Kong fan. That isn't me or the soy guy.
Red ball, good ball, meat ball. Veggie
That
spaghetti
guy.
We're off to a good start here. Let's see if Nintendo can keep up this momentum. That means we're getting a Donkey Kong today, man. Oh, here we go. Oh, let me hear you sing. I remember,
Donkey Kong.
Sandwiches for this and on the sandwiches. Oh, I'ma get on the sandwich. Donkey Kong died. Let's go. Who's that? I don't know about this one. You guys might not be that good. I'll give it a 10 out of 10. Wario confirmed from the game Wario Brothers. He said.
I did cringe shit, but why are so many Nintendo DK guys this autismo? It just comes with the territory. I don't even think it's exclusive to Donkey Kong in particular.
Reggie's eating spaghetti and meatballs at a 5-star restaurant right now, looking at his phone like...
The only thing keeping the Mario fandom, we'll say in quotations, from being as autistic as the Sonic community is the fact that they're not furry animals. And that is not as much continuity as Sonic. Miyamoto does not give a fuck about canon in the least.
Only now does this Mario Kart toy of a cow that Leah bought me 5 years ago make sense. Burger confirmed. Reggie just took a big out of a big burger and said yummy, yummy. Is that the drummer from Sonic Unleashed? Who is Mario?
Hello everyone, I'm Nintendo Switch 2.
He is?
And I'm Nintendo Switch 2.
There's two? I'm Sega Dreamcast.
Welcome to this vast world.
Oh, huh?
You can go off the
Yeah,
racetrack
I
and
mainly
drive
talk about
virtually
Archie Sonic when I say
everywhere in
Sonic
this world.
continuity.
Burnout Paradise type of Mario Kart.
With 20
The Archie Sonic comics stuck with those fans in a similar way that the old Mario cartoons and the old Mario movie kind of stick with the boomer Mario fans.
4 drivers in each race.
24 drivers? That's gonna be like 7 blue shells out at once.
You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam.
Man, Reggie, you know what? We're cool for no Donkey Kong. I was gonna start crying and yelling, saying really messed up stuff, but this game looks phenomenal. I can't wait to play this. Django Reggie, don't let me play this, man. This is gonna be like a 600-hour type of game. Don't let me play this. Hey guys, it's me, Dreamcast.
We've added a new C button.
What does it do?
Chunky Kong is in hell.
Introducing Game
Good,
Chat,
I hate
a
Chunky.
new feature.
That is the oldest feature ever, actually.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hey, quiet on that side now, in it, boy!
Your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the system.
Hello, my current location is actually inside the game itself. Switch 2 launches on June 5th. We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it.
3 years later.
Some games that were released on Switch will receive upgraded versions.
Reggie, remember to send mine in the mail. I need to play this quick.
In Kirby and the Forgotten Land, you'll be able to enjoy an additional story.
What do they mean by that? I want to play that.
Plus, Pokemon Legends ZA, which is scheduled to launch later this year. By taking advantage of the power of Switch 2,
even Pokemon
We can finally have a Pokemon game that doesn't drop
Nintendo
frames.
GameCube, originally released in 2001.
Reggie is eating the spaghetti tonight.
Train? No. Reggie, there ain't no train in Bloodborne. What are you trying to do here?
And then they found out that the Duskbloods is an online-only multiplayer experience.
Okay, I like that guy. That's where that one guy lives. You're a...
Oh, did you see the Boblax react? I didn't react to it on stream, but I did see the Boblax reaction to the Nintendo Switch 2 thing. I thought I was having a bit too much fun with that, but no. Blows Black saw that GameCube games were revealed, and he's like a GameCube zoomer to like to the extreme. Is like as extreme as a GameCube Zoomer could possibly be. That's Blows Blacks. And he lost his fucking mind at the idea of being able to play Mario Sunshine for the 100th time.
Vampire with an AK-47. This would be Fluffy's highest rated game of all time. Kirby Air Ride? What? Why? Oh, I play it now. Banjo-Kazooie?
Alright, what did Donkey think?
Wait, monkey? Wait a minute. No. 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 It's Donkey Kong, motherfucker, spaghetti! Wait, is it Donkey Kong?
It's DK Jr. It's the DK Jr. prequel. The origin story.
No way. No way. Oh, no way. No. Nah, Reggie, come on. You're not making that. Come on now, be real. This better not be an April Fool's joke.
He liked it. Speaking of Kirby and Sakurai.
Sakurai finished up with Smash Ultimate and spent a couple years focusing almost entirely on his YouTube channel. And that was amazing. Just really, really amazing. I still need to watch like all of it. Everything I've seen is so good. It was a really great project and really just gave himself to the whole thing, just in service
only watched a
of
few
game developers
videos
everywhere.
from his
Super
channel.
cool. And at the end there, he revealed that once he was done, he started working on a new game. Nintendo came to him.
That's true. He does need to bully his fans more.
Just like, hey, pitch
That's
us
actually what he's doing right now by working on his passion project, going back to Kirby rather than working on Smash, because this means we won't get a new Smash till like 2029. Suffer! We don't deserve it. We don't. And if we get it, it should be a reboot that removes everybody.
Game. What do you want? What do you want to do? You've like clearly you've earned it. You know, clearly you can just do whatever you want after Smash. After you made us about $16 billion, like
yeah, Red Faction.
Whatever you want to do. And
I do, but I only have the first one.
And they accepted, and so he started work. And that I can't remember exactly when. It was fairly recently. And funny story, there's actually a lost topic, Arlo. When all that stuff came out, I did one on some of the YouTube stuff and talking about like how much money he spent on the channel. He spent like a bunch of money on his YouTube channel, just purely out of pocket. So cool. But then I did another video just talking about how he had announced that he was working on a new game and just kind of speculating about it, and I forgot to post it. I think I forgot to edit it.
What?
I think it's still like on the SD card. I see it every once in a while. I'm like, maybe I'll post that sometime. But I never did.
How do you just forget to upload something? Oh wait,
because
Phil does that all the time.
You know, I forgot to post the daily rap, guys.
Kirby Air Riders, a follow-up, a sequel to Kirby Air Ride for the GameCube.
Rebased.
I really
I was shit at Kirby Air Ride, but I did like it.
So soon? You know, it doesn't seem like he's been working on it for very long.
Well, he didn't mention it, but when Sakurai talked about that proposal, he also talked about how he drew up the proposal almost immediately and then got right to work on it. So it's kind of like as soon as he was able to work on it, he was right on it. Like he already had it. He had it envisioned in his mind what he wanted to make. And as soon as the money came in, the budget, he went right to work.
Really, like whatever he's working on, you know, starting from the ground up, I really figured it would be a bit. It would be a couple of years before we heard anything. And I mean, okay, I suppose it's technically possible that Kirby Air Riders isn't the game that he was talking about. It could be that that's a different thing, but that wouldn't really line up because like he gave us his whole
Kirby Air
timeline.
Riders is the game.
He outlined like years of his life. We know he was focused almost entirely on that YouTube channel. There would be no time in there. It has to be that game that he said he was working on. And it would have been one thing if they had revealed it here and like not given us any sort of like release window.
But they said 2025.
According to
Kirby in 2025, for how the turnaround between Sakurai proposing the game and the game's release window of 2025 kind of hits me in the same way as Switch 1 when they said Xenoblade 2 would be within launch year. And like everyone was saying, no, it's gonna get delayed, it's gonna get delayed, it's gonna get delayed, and then it didn't get delayed, not even once, and released on schedule. It's gonna hit like that.
This. It's coming out this year? We didn't even get gameplay. We just got like a teaser. It's probably not even in the game. It's probably like just a teaser for this presentation right here. And like it's April. I feel like they'd have a pretty okay idea if it was like almost done enough, like close enough to being done to confidently say that it's coming this year.
It's fucking coming, Arlo.
And that's just so strange. I don't know. He's a very hard worker, and I can imagine that he's probably a very efficient worker because he's just so good at working. Is it possible?
It must have sped ran through Xenoblade X's development and then just went right to work on 2.
You know, maybe they really are working with the foundation laid by the first game on the GameCube, and it's just like, I don't know, it was just like a 2-year game, you know? It was just a game that didn't need that much time. Maybe it's a smaller to medium budget game. I don't know. I mean, I'm imagining a modern Kirby Air Ride, and
yeah, Sakurai is a part of that old guard that Arlo doesn't
really
like.
Big, huge, grand environments.
Actually, he's better
and beautiful.
because he's not chained down by Nintendo's upper management. Because he's not technically Nintendo. I mean, he still kind of is, but he's off with his own separate company, and they technically contract with him to get him to work on these IPs.
Graphics and everything. So I really don't know. I'm baffled. I'm really
He's just not on as tight of a
them to be
leash
like,
as
that was actually a
the
mistake.
actual
We
Nintendo
meant to
people.
say 2027. I don't know, but at least according to this, I have to go back and watch it again, just to like I look at it a 5th time just to make sure I wasn't like hallucinating those other 4 times. It says 2025, which is even more surprising because it's a racing game. And we're already getting Mario Kart this year. You would think that you wouldn't
it's a bit
want
dishonest to say.
to release 2
It is a racing game, but it's not like
racing
Mario
games
Kart.
in 1 year.
I guess parents won't
Even
understand
if the game
that, though.
was done, if it was up to me, I might just space it, you know? Put it out next year. I don't know. Maybe it'll still get delayed or something. Yeah, another racing game. I know they're certainly not identical. You know, I know that Kirby Air Ride really was. I didn't really get to play it a lot, but I really do appreciate everything.
Like Kirby Air Ride, you play it with one button.
You know, especially some of the famous modes. It's got a lot of cool ideas, and so I'm definitely curious to see what they do here. You know, they didn't call it Kirby Air Ride 2. It's Kirby Air Riders, and to me, that certainly suggests a bigger multiplayer element. I mean, technically, he could do something totally new with it. What if it ends up not even being like a racing game? What if it ends up being like a co-op kind of racing-esque adventure where like you're on this
Don't
track
you dare say that.
and you're on a vehicle or whatever, you know, a star, the equivalent of a vehicle. But there's something else to do. Maybe you're going through an adventure.
What if it's just completely different for the sake of nothing and making the fans mad?
It's maybe not worth speculating quite this early.
Yeah, Kirby Air Ride, you controlled it with just the A button. Of course, you moved the stick around, but like a stick's not a button. All you used was the A button.
And you know what? I've been dancing around it. Let's talk about the trailer itself. Yeah, it's I mean,
I was terrible at it.
Sakurai really knows how to do teasers, doesn't he? Like, I was.
Yeah, I fucking fell for it. When I saw Kirby in that black void, all I could think was Smash Brothers. Because Smash Brothers likes to use Kirby as like its default character, as like the main character, even over Mario. So many Smash trailers kind of open up with Kirby just doing Kirby stuff, and then it's like bait and switch. It's actually a Smash trailer. Whoa, new character reveal, jebaited. And I was like seeing that. He's in the black void of nothingness. I'm like, okay, that's gotta be Smash. Smash. We're ending on Smash. Understandable, reasonable even. And then no, it's fucking. It actually is a Kirby game, and not just that. It's Kirby fucking Air Ride.
It's on the edge of my seat, and you know, I'm like
Kirby's
expecting
their
a Mario or something.
Ryu?
And it's just this star, and it's dashing around the screen, and like, oh my, I don't know if I've ever been more enthralled, more just like, what is this? What's happening? And then it's a warp
like,
star,
whoa,
and then
buddy.
it's Kirby, and then the long, slow reveal, zooming in, and then it sprouts rocket boosters or whatever, and then it opens up into this big world, and I will admit that for myself, two very slight disappointments just on a personal level.
What?
I thought the way the world opened up in that moment, it should have been obvious that it was Kirby Air Ride, but I was like, oh my gosh, the trailer was just so epic. I was like, is this like new huge open world, another 3D Kirby somehow, even though they're giving us content for
But he's such a fake fan. If you didn't think Air Ride as soon as you saw those rocket propulsions on the warp star, God, how dented can he be?
Forgotten Land, and it was Kirby Air Ride, which I'm not as much of a fan of that idea, but again, that's just me personally. I'm sure Air Ride fans are. I mean, I don't even know. I haven't had time to see any reactions or anything, but I just can't even imagine. I just can't even imagine how the community is feeling right now. And then the only other slight disappointment was when I heard that he was making a new game. I just really, he's a genius, he's a genius, and he's so full of good ideas, and I just don't know how, games take a long time to make. I don't even know how many more games this guy's got in him. So when I heard he was making a new game, I really did want it to be something new, just something just weird. If he could just if he could just make any new kind of thing, what kind of innovation would he come up with? What kind of crazy new idea? But that is only a slight disappointment, because if it is true that Nintendo went to him and said, what do you want to make? Pitch us an idea. And this is what he pitched.
The first thing he thought of was, yep,
this right here
fucking
is
Air Ride.
The game that he wants to make. After working on Smash for however many years, I mean, basically since Kid Icarus, and then he's just been doing Smash for however long. So now he had an opportunity to return to a different series, and if this is what he wants to do, then there you go. He's an artist. He's kind of a genius. So I support it completely. Absolutely. And I'm sure that he will bring some sort of innovations here. I'm sure he's had some ideas cooking, and seeing him return to Kirby, come on. He created Kirby. And
that's why I don't mind him not doing Smash, because Kirby's his fucking baby. He should go back to Kirby.
And then the Sora symbol. It's
the way he broke up after the development of the first Air Ride, if I recall, was a bit tragic.
Feel good story, and I'm really happy for him, and I'm really happy for the Kirby community and the Air Ride fans out there. It's just great. It's a little sad to not get more details, especially if it's coming this year, but there'll be plenty of time for all of that. We really just needed to know that it exists and that it was being helmed by Sakurai. That was really enough. There was enough other great stuff in that direct.
They know Sakurai's
this was
important.
Plenty for Kirby Air Riders, and then there's
they knew they had to confirm
for
Sakurai's
further reveals
involvement
in the future. Maybe June, maybe September. If it gets delayed, maybe next year. Whatever. But yeah, hopefully it won't be too long.
I don't think it'll get delayed.
I really would
think it'll make
some
2025.
sort of new weird kind of hook or mode. But I don't know. I really don't know. But it's cool that it's coming. It is so unbelievably cool that it's coming. What a surprise, It was already a great direct between Mario Kart and Donkey Kong and everything, but Kirby Air Ride. Who could have seen that coming? It's on a lot of people's lists, but it's one of those ones that you can hope for, but you can't really hope for. You can wish, but you can't expect. And yet, here it is. New Kirby Air Ride coming to Switch 2, made by Sakurai himself. Golly.
I won't shit on him for that. A lot of people never would have thought that game would have gotten a sequel. Something you can wish for, but something you can't expect. I think that's a fair assessment. Sometimes seeing is believing. Okay, what did Donkey think of Assassin's Creed? It's a 4-minute video, 4-minute Donkey take.
It's woke.
Good franchise, 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 good franchise. Assassin's Creed is a good franchise. Let's go. That is what a racist guy told me once, but now that same guy has been betrayed because this time you play as the black man.
Lord Nobunaga commands that the black man join you.
No, no, no!
Black man.
That is what they call me.
Black Man and Robin, who is a woman ninja with a sword.
Has your skin always been this way?
Now clap your hands 3 times if you want to.
The new Switch is underpowered, so says the basement, i.e. Richard Michelle Soguchi. Compared to what? Compared to like the other consoles it's competing with? Yeah, obviously. Holy shit, Richard. Holy shit, dickers.
What an assessment there, bud. But can I play Mario Kart on my PS5 though? No?
Okay, I know what console I'm getting.
See me play this game. Okay, Tone.
It's been a long time since I played children's games, but alright.
Ever since the Assassin's Creed Mirage 10 out of 10 gaming experience, I have been waiting on the bathroom floor, waiting for the next Assassin's Creed video game for me to play. Then, when I finally saw the commercial that only showed the best parts of the game, I knew this would be another 10 out of 10 experience.
Movement.
Oh, wait. I saw move. Yes, you did. Something's up. It's me killing everybody. Something's moving. Hello. You're next. Should I be worried? Yeah. As Robin, you can engage in stealth gameplay, which is what the entire world of the game is designed around. Or you can play as this guy who can ram through doors. Liars are saying this game is no good. The reality is they don't have the money to run this game properly. If you don't have shadow quality set to very high, you're not getting the true experience. Sorry, you are like a beginner assassin that barely even adheres to our creed. Sometimes the shadows are so powerful that I can't even see the graphics anymore, so I just assume that it's like Red Dead level graphics now.
Well, the game is called Assassin's Creed Shadows.
When you hit enemies with a sword, they were like, so what? I don't give a fuck about that. With AC Shadows, Ubisoft is innovating. Now they're like, that hurts me. Hello. As someone with rank 3 knowledge of ancient ninja mythology, they would always be doing a front flip to look cooler. I go. It worked. I died?
Did you see the faces of the men you killed as they drew their last breath?
Oh no. Moron.
A lot of people are comparing this game to Ghost of Tsushima. You cannot compare these games. It's like comparing apples to apples. They're exactly the same.
I have failed as a son.
Are you alright?
Where AC Shadows is far superior, however, is in its combat. Die, do it! Oh shit, this guy here! What gives this game that killer's edge is that you can never fully prepare for what will happen in a battle.
Oh, there!
Sometimes you'll be hitting a dude on the floor, then he'll teleport over here and shoot you with a gun. You'll be fighting a dude in close quarters combat, then he'll put his sword away and bring out his bow because you didn't think he would do that, now did you?
Did you see that old woman's face when I took a piss in the street?
Sometimes you'll sneak up behind the dude, kill him. Then he'll say, "What?"
This is a strange game.
I can never go back to these weak-ass games where you can just traverse the world with ease. In AC Shadows, you'll be walking along and the game will say this. Now, what are you gonna do about that? You can either reload your save and lose a lot of progress, or go prone. That's how you get out of this situation. The enemies in this game are of a completely different caliber than that weak-ass Ghost of Tsushima game. Look at this dude cleaning the hay. Dude kept humming to himself while he was getting killed. That's the most badass enemy I've ever seen. AC Shadows is probably one of the best games in this good franchise, but it's also one of the least creative ideas for a game you could ever do. For gamers that want to wait 2 months to pick this up at a more reasonable price, sadly they will never get the true AC experience. By then, Ubisoft will have patched 2 of the 3,000 bugs in the game and it won't be as funny anymore. So the real question here is this: how many times do you want to climb up this exact building. If you said 77 times, this is the game for you.
This is for killing my father.
Well, more of a glowing review than he's given past Assassin's Creed games. Maybe just wait for the 12 dozen other ninja-style games that'll be coming out this year. The consequences of Ghost of Tsushima, however good that game was, have been a net negative for the gaming industry as a whole. Anyway, what's the next video? Oh, this was a real brief aside about Yoshi.
I like this story because by complete coincidence, it involves multiple of my good friends. This is the
Did Nintendo just reveal a game accidentally?
Smash Bros of quick topical Nintendo news stories, you could say. You should say. So in the Nintendo Direct, Nintendo is showing off the various types of games
Delta's a
that
remake
will be
of 3
playable on Switch 2 between backwards compatible games, Switch 2 edition games, and Switch 2 exclusive games. And I have no idea how people notice this stuff, but apparently
they're noticers. Don't you know?
At one point, they show off the game type 2, which is just backwards compatible Nintendo Switch games that you simply can play on your Switch 2, not necessarily with any sort of a performance boosts or whatever. And it seems that at the top of this little image they give us with all of these games.
Okay, so Arlo's gonna ramble for like 5 minutes before he actually tells you what the fuck he's talking about. So this is the image in particular, and I think this is the... Is this a screenshot of the European version? I think it is.
There is a Yoshi game, and in at least the Japanese and European versions, this is naturally Yoshi's Crafted World, the one Switch 1 exclusive Yoshi game.
Now the kicker
but apparently, in the American Direct...
Right there, look, notice it, it's a different game.
Only the American Direct, it shows Yoshi's Woolly World. And, I mean, obviously, this is interesting. Yoshi's Woolly World was not on the Switch. It is a very highly requested game. It was originally on the Wii U.
So obviously the instinct here is that an intern made a mistake and put Woolly World instead of Crafted World. There is allegedly a theory this may not actually be the case, and it's an actual genuine case of Nintendo leaking a game. Or leaking a port.
And then eventually went to the 3DS, and I know
how's it news? Because Woolly World isn't on the Switch. They put Woolly World in that compatible Switch 1 games section, the American Direct. It's not on the Switch. It's only on Wii U and 3DS. The Crafted World is a different game.
People who have been just personally very antsy about the idea of finally getting to play a port or a remaster or whatever of Yoshi's Woolly World on a modern system. I liked Yoshi's Crafted World just fine, but the general consensus is that it was pretty disappointing compared to Woolly World, which is really seen as a very, very fine Yoshi game. So I agree. I would certainly play it if I had the chance. I'd like to see it on Switch or Switch 2. But yeah, it's right there in the American Direct on the big spread of games that are compatible on Switch 2, Switch 1 games, and it's true right there. It's a picture of Yoshi's Woolly World. It's clear as day. I mean, it's kind of cut off. It's up at the top, but like it is. It clearly is. That's the box art.
GameStop offering $175 for Switch 1 if traded for Switch 2. It's OLEDs only. OLEDs get $175. The lesser models get between $125 to $150. I've seen what you're talking about. And I think if you got the membership, which I don't know if you do, you get a little bit more to where you think maybe it might hit a roundup sweet spot of 200, you would think, for an OLED. Kind of wanted a bit more. I keep my Switch 1. They might go up to Nintendo Subs Production since Switch 1s are easy to hack, I hear. Only V1 models of Switch 1 are easy to hack. The ones with the paperclip. The other ones take a bit more effort, but they're not unhackable. But those ones you are not getting 175 for.
Image. And again, it's only in the American one. And
I'll probably
it's
trade my OLED in.
surprising because, I mean, I wouldn't expect that there would be differences between these at all. I don't, to my knowledge, like, are there big box art differences between regions? Are they really, like, recreating this same graphic for the different regions and the different directs? It seems so unlikely. I mean, I guess technically if it's, you know, the box art it does come in other languages, sure, but it's just interesting that somewhere in that process that this mistake could have been made. And yeah, it does seem like it was a mistake. That is not a Switch 1 game. Naturally, it either like started this way and they noticed in the other ones and changed it. I guess that seems a little less likely. It is more likely that this was compiled for the different regions and this one made the mistake. Okay, so what's the big deal? Obviously, this is just a simple mistake, right? Like, obviously, this is just a case of the person putting together this graphic, reaching for a Yoshi game, and they reached for the wrong game. That still seems surprising. Why would Woolly World even be in like the folder? You know, this is the Switch 1 folder. I don't know. And oh yeah, and I gotta mention one of the main re-shared tweets on the subject was by Antdude. So there you go. There's the first fighter here. Always funny opening up a Nintendo Life article and one of your friends is just like the subject of the thing. And so you may be saying this gotta just be a mistake, right? It seems like an unlikely mistake, but at the same time, I don't know, it's a Yoshi game. If it's Crafted World in every other case, then it just, even if it seems unlikely, it must be a mistake. But enter a handful of other fighters, my good friends over at Good Vibes Gaming. They see, people already got to look close at this stuff to spot this stuff. They looked even closer, and I will link to their video in the description of this video because you can actually like see the visuals. But they noticed that this is the box art for Yoshi's Woolly World, but it is not the original. Nor is it the box art from the 3DS version. This is a newly formatted and slightly different version of the box art that, to our knowledge, has not been seen before, making this seem less like a simple case of grabbing the wrong game, because why would you even have this brand new, newly formatted version?
He's taking so long to say it, but what he means to say is, even if it was just a mistake, it's not just the Wii U version's box art or the 3DS version's box art. It is a version of the box art that we have never seen before, which leads to the further suggestion that this is potentially the box art to be used for a potential Switch version.
Version of the box art. And so, therefore, one must wonder, is this kind of like accidentally revealing a Switch or Switch 2, I mean, probably Switch 1 port of Yoshi's Woolly World? It's another, again, it seems unlikely, but at the same time, like, if that's new art, then there you go. And we know that Nintendo has been relying a lot on ports, especially ports of Wii U games. And, you know, at the end of the Switch 1's life, I'm really getting used to saying Switch 1, they've relied a lot on, like, ports and remasters and whatnot. And there really aren't even that many Wii U games left to port over. Yoshi's Woolly World is absolutely one of them. It is a highly requested one, and it's absolutely the sort of game that I could see them announcing anytime. Just any old time. Like, 'cause why not? You know? Just why not? If they had announced it in the Switch 1 Direct last week, I would not have been surprised if they announced it anytime in the future, in the next like year or whatever. I would not be surprised. You know, we already think Kirby Planet Robobot's probably coming, so throw Woolly World on there too. Yeah, sure, especially because the 3DS one had like new content. And so we haven't really had a chance to play that new content on a home console version. And especially if it's going to be playable on Switch 2, maybe it'll even have a little performance boost. I doubt it's going to get like a whole entire Switch 2 edition or whatever with like new stuff. But at the very least, support. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The new art, it really does make.
Yeah, the intern who fucked up here got sent to the gulag. Gulag. Along with the Nintendo Korean intern who leaked all the DK stuff.
Compelling case that this could kind of be an accidental reveal. And I certainly hope whoever's responsible for this mistake is not sweating too much. I really hope you I hope you wouldn't get too in trouble for this kind of thing, because you know, oh no, we leaked like the secret, the top secret forbidden knowledge that the Switch is getting a port of Yoshi's Woolly World. Oh no. You know, they'll reveal it and we'll be like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, okay, yeah, it was bound to happen sometime. So I don't know. I hope if it is true that this is an accidental reveal, then I hope no one gets in too much trouble. Seems like an honest mistake. But yeah, we'll see. Thanks to Ant Dude for discovering this, and to the GVG
this video
guys
was
for digging
dented.
deeper. I miss you guys. I miss you guys a lot. I really hope
Oh,
you
that's
come to
so
PAX
weird.
this year.
Weird.
It'd be really great
Weird.
to see
Stop.
you. Go
Stop.
check out their channel, GVG. It's so
Stop
good.
it, Arlo, you're so weird. Stop. I want to see all my friends again at the next con, guys. Arlo, I'm shocked you even have friends. He made a video about the home menu. Oh my god. Okay, this one's not that long.
Switch was great, but one very big point of contention was that UI.
Oxtail, never had it.
Very, very basic. That home screen, very basic. You know, it's just a bunch of icons, and that's it. Light mode, dark mode. No music, no themes. Where's the charm? I know
He never talked about friends before.
It was a big thing, and you know, we figured that this was probably done out of necessity because the Switch just didn't have a lot of juice. And, you know, they wanted to kind of get up to standard as far as, like, at the very least, being able to suspend a game and go back to the menu goes. It is hard to go back to older Nintendo systems where, like, it has a UI, it has a menu, but you have to, like, close the game to get to it. So I think this was kind of necessary. So I understood it, and I, you know, I personally never minded. I'm one of those few people who I really just don't care, especially if it does make it run more smoothly. I was always fine with it. I was never too fussed about themes and whatnot, personally. But I know a lot of people, it does matter.
Yeah, where were my Switch One
miss
themes?
The charm and the fun and the ability to like customize. So if you haven't seen yet, and you're one of those people for whom it really matters, I have bad news for you. And it's that apparently, I mean, I don't know what I expected. I don't know if I expected this, but apparently the Switch 2 home screen is, I mean, it's almost identical. It's kind of uncanny. I mean, I guess I get.
No,
you know,
he's seething. He's disappointed. He wanted a complete redesign. He hates the Switch One UI.
The Switch, the branding, the identity, and everything. But I think
it's
maybe
almost
I
like
did
it's
expect a little bit
the
more
Switch
flair
2
than this.
A sequel.
It really is the same. It's just games in a row with some icons on the bottom. And you know,
but isn't that every console UI?
Chat button. And
isn't it? My schizo here?
It was like a notes folder. I don't know what that is. Whatever. We'll find out later. Right now we're looking at like the look of it. But yeah, it really is pretty much just.
I mean, it's clearly refreshed for the modern era.
And yeah, it is a bit surprising because we got a lot of extra juice now. I mean, the Switch 2 is all about better performance, more features, all that stuff. So it is a little strange, and once again, I will say, this doesn't really bother me. I really like a simple menu. I hate what has happened to the menus and the home screens for the other systems, pretty much starting since like I mean even way back on like Xbox 360, they had a really simple layout, and then they updated it to be worse, you know?
Yeah,
you put
remember
more
the
stuff on the
blades?
screen to confuse the player and get them lost, and so you can put more advertisements in their faces. It's kind of like at a grocery store, how you put like the most like common necessities way in the back or in weird places to kind of force them to browse so they're more likely to buy something. That's basically what all the others have done, and it's gotten a little bit better. But I love this. It's a video game system. I just want to turn it on and I want to see my games. I hate the other systems. You still have to like go to a separate tab. You have to hunt for your game collection. I like this. That said though, yeah, it is pretty plain. It is a little bit surprising. However, I will also say, I think it would be silly to assume that just because this looks basically identical to the original Switch's home screen, I don't think that's to say that there won't be themes. You know, I mean, I'd
say with how blank and white that that UI looks, that default UI, themes are on the way. Again, they know what their fans want. It's just a case of whenever they feel like delivering on what their fans want. Would not be surprised if themes are coming.
Bet money on it that even if it starts this way, down the line, there's no reason not to give us themes, some kind of customization, decorations of some kind. Because if the simplicity of the original was kind of a necessity, well, here now I think this kind of at least the functional simplicity, the fact that it's just some icons and some games. That seems to be a design choice now. Okay, that just seems to be what they want this to be. And you know what? I think it makes perfect sense. It's a handheld. We forget that. We forget that sometimes. Isn't it kind of nice if you're playing handheld and the screen is a lot smaller than a TV to just have a little bit simpler of a display? Whatever the case, though, I mean, I'm almost sure that they will give us themes of some kind. Like, why wouldn't they? And if that's the case, then there you go. Is it really a problem that it's really simple as long as at some point we can put some kind of themes in? I mean, especially because they could just sell them to us. Didn't the 3DS have like themes that you could buy?
Just charge us, guys.
It's just another thing to sell to us. So like, of course they're going to do it. Now that they can, now that they've got the hardware juice to back it up, I'm sure they will. Will they ever put music? I don't know. I mean, they could sell us that too. Sell someone just an MP3 that plays when they turn on the Switch.
Music in the home menu,
just
guys.
free money. But that's that. That's the home screen. Perhaps slightly surprising, but whatever. There's plenty of time for them to reveal more stuff. And of
why
course
is he
to,
like this?
Release.
I thought he was supposed to hate this
down
company.
The line. I really hope they don't hold back on us. Just give us folders. I'd like that confirmation. Took way too long for Switch to get folders. But we got another little thing here. We also have a little glimpse of the eShop, and there's a lot of really great information in these Ask the Developer interview.
Oh shit, I must have. Oh, I didn't look at the interviews yet. Damn it. Okay, the eShop needs improvement. That is a very high demand for most people in regards to new console.
So they're really going hard on this. They're revealing a lot of stuff, and it's really cool. They're being very transparent. And you know, the eShop, that is one that I
New footage
do
to me
care
here.
a lot about. Really, I don't mind the simplicity of the Switch's home screen, but the eShop, obviously, it's dreadful. So they've given us a little taste of it here, and the biggest takeaway is that yes,
it actually fucking works.
Yes.
That was kind of okay. Let's see that transition there. So okay, he's watching the trailer right now.
Yes. Just.
Ooh, I like that. I don't dislike that. Look at that segue.
The biggest takeaway is that yes. Just
Bam.
yes. It functions better. It is
This is basic
smoother.
shit. That's why I'm so impressed, because it's Nintendo.
It is quick. It shows that, I mean, the almost the entire purpose of this little clip is for them to just show us, look, I can key between games and it'll like autoplay the trailers, and it really does not take long at all. There's
Oh my
no
God,
lag.
finally.
It
We've
takes
delivered the
each
bare
video
minimum,
like
chat.
a second or so to boot up, and they're flicking between games very, very easily, and that's, I mean, I didn't expect any different. I really did expect it to be better. I wasn't like afraid that it was still gonna be bad. They've had so much time to update this stuff, and like, come on, there's so much hardware power in here. There's no reason not to believe that the shop is gonna be better. But it is really, just really nice to see. You know, it really is nice just to see a person flicking between games and then loading really, like the videos in particular, you know, just navigating the old eShop was bad enough. But sometimes the videos just like wouldn't load. They would just not. It's just like, yeah, my internet's fine. It just won't, or like it'll just stop and buffer every like few seconds, so it's like unwatchable. So this is nice. And then, what's another really big criticism
all it has to do for me is
eShop,
fucking work. That's all I ask.
It can be a little hard to find new games, especially with all of the trash just flooding the shop. But here they're introducing a new feature that recommends games to you based on your own tastes and purchases. And, you know, of course, this is a very standard feature, basically across every other digital storefront for just about any other digital product anywhere on Earth. You know, Nintendo's kind of the last to do this, but hey, again, better late than never. There is now a dedicated section of the eShop called Game Finds For You. And that's it. It looks for games that it thinks that you'll like. Games will be recommended based on your preferences. And it says your finds will be refreshed every Saturday. That's cool. This is going to be really particularly good for just eShop games, indie games. You know, amazing indie games are coming out just all of the time. And I think this is good. And you know, obviously, the biggest problem is just how Nintendo is allowing the shop to be flooded with so much garbage. I think that's a bigger problem to fix. We don't know what they're doing about that yet. But at the very least, we know that there is some sort of nice little recommendation feature, and I really like that here in this little video, in this developer interview. That was what they pointed out very specifically. Hey, look, here's a couple second clip of the eShop. Look, it loads more quickly, and there's a recommendation feature. There you go. And I think it's another case of many of them really targeting areas where the Switch was weak before and doing a lot to just very purposefully show us that they are improving. And I think that's great. I really think that's great, especially with these dudes helming the Switch 2. I think they're overall doing a pretty darn good job of just cleaning stuff up, you know, getting it all looking better and showing us how cool it's gonna be.
I love how they bring back DS to download play and they call it something different and then act like it's new. They're just giving you back something that they already had before. Same thing with the 3DS themes and how the eShop works now. You already had it before, but now you have it back. They're just calling it something slightly different. And Arlo's like, oh my god, Chad, this is so good.
Oh, and I just noticed the wish list is now on the left. Thank you. It did not make sense that I had to go into like my user settings, my
so
profile,
easily impressed,
to then
guys.
see
It's
the
almost
wish list.
adorable.
Having it right there, because I would go to my wish list a lot. That's a great way to see if anything on your wish list is on sale. So again, having it right there on the left, that's terrific. That's great.
That's an improvement, you guys. Yes, we want that.
Improvement. Thank you. Now
It's on the
I
left.
can finally
Yes,
see
it's on the left.
much
We
more
wanted it there.
easily
Yes,
when,
thank you.
Call of War Duty Warfare Zone Modern is on sale, because, you know, gosh, the screenshots look so good. Like the art advertising the game, it's crazy. It almost doesn't even look real.
Now, kind of in that same vein, him talking about the menus and the UI and this and that, we now have him talking about the game cases and how they don't look as good as Switch 1 game cases, which I actually agree with, at least for Nintendo Switch 2 editions of Switch 1 games.
Before we get to the main point of this video, I'm glad that the subject of Switch 2 game boxes has come up.
Has he milked every single thing about the Switch 2? I said before you came in, he made 20 videos about the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct, and I was just guessing because I had an amount of videos in my sub box, and in one of the videos, the first one we watched, he said he had 19 to make. So I rounded that up and said he had put out 20. And then D-Side went to go check his sub box for Arlo, and it actually was 20 videos based off that one direct. Game key cards? I don't think he put out a video for those.
Because some time back there was a rumor about the size of Switch 2 game boxes, and I did not get a chance to cover it, and I wanted to, but now there's a chance to talk about it, and I am actually surprised that there's no official word on this yet. I would think that now we would know, because we have seen Switch 2 game boxes. We now know what they look like, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't dig deep enough, but I would feel like if we knew how big they were and have confirmation that they were bigger, that would be at the top of the search when I search for it. But at least at the moment, I'm not finding any actual confirmation. But the point is, there's just a rumor that the cases are going to be significantly bigger, a good few inches bigger. Seems to be more or less like more in line with a regular game.
If we're trying to be like
pro-environmental
or whatever, environmentalism, shouldn't we be going for smaller cases?
It is a little disappointing. I really don't know why.
Let's go back to Vita cases.
I liked the Switch's little cases.
Thank you,
it's you don't have to store a big disc. It's a tiny little game cart, so why would it need to take up that much space on your shelf? I don't know. I just thought there was something really.
But yeah, the cartridges aren't big enough for the cases to be as big as they are.
About Switch 1 cases.
Return to
not
tradition.
That I have a lot of them. I'm really not even a collector. I don't even have them all like on my shelf or whatever. But I just liked it. You know, the Switch is a handheld, so it is smaller. The game carts are small. Why not make the cases smaller? So if it is true that Switch 2 game boxes are bigger, then yeah, it's not a deal breaker. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it, but it would be weird and slightly disappointing. Even in their small state, it almost seemed weird having this tiny little cartridge in there, and now like it's gonna be huge, and it's still just a tiny little. It's like the same size. I don't know. So that is weird. But anyway, to the main point, as I mentioned, we have now seen boxes, not just box art, but the actual like image of the boxes themselves for multiple Switch 2 games. And I think opinions will vary for sure.
You think so?
I believe personally, subjectively,
he hates it.
They look bad.
Oh no!
They look bad. They do not look good.
No!
Let's look at like a Switch 2 exclusive, like a Mario Kart World. The main difference here is that there is now this red.
Dude, the border is so bad. The border at the top is so unnecessarily thick. What is with the logo bad? Like look at the logo, how they centered the logo. Like why does it look like that? Why does it take up so little space? Why is the stripe so big, but the logo takes up so small, like such a small amount of space relative to how thick that stripe is? They really don't want parents to be confused.
Pretty big red bar across the top to denote that this is a Switch 2 game, and I can certainly understand the desire to differentiate between Switch 1 and Switch 2. The game.
Sarah, look at this. Look at this case. Look at this case. Is this awful? This is awful, isn't it? Like, come on. How is Arlo gonna sweep for this? He's not. He's actually not sweeping for it. New mic tomorrow. Your mic broke. Oh my God, rip. We've been watching Arlo. Arlo made 20 videos about the Switch 2 Direct, and I'm like halfway through all of them. And it got to a point where we're now listening to him talk about the home menu and the eShop, and now we're hearing him talk about the boxes. And he's gonna talk about file sizes. I'm spoiled that the next one is about the file sizes, the size of the games. We haven't even... Well, no, we listened to him talk about DK and Mario Kart. But We haven't gotten to the Metroid or the Zelda video yet. No, wait, we'll also listen to him talk about Kirby. But if you could, anything about that Direct that you could feasibly make a video on, he made a video on it.
Cards themselves are apparently now red instead of black. It's kind of cool, and it seems that the cases are red, which is a little weird because I feel like the Switch 2 branding is a little bit less on the red. Red is always going to be like a Nintendo thing, it's a Mario thing, but it seemed that the original Switch was all about red, and now there's a bit less color in Switch 2. It's all kind of like grays and whites and stuff. So I don't know. So that's already a little bit surprising. I also really don't like that. I understand the desire to have it really stand out and differentiate itself.
USA
the other
video on Switch.
Game cases were like kind of clear, and this is a very
one where he says it's underpowered. I know what you're talking
red.
about.
It is recognizable.
How long is it?
If everyone knows that red equals Switch 2, then there you go. No one's going to confuse anything. It's got the big label there. But I don't like it. I think it is too red. I think it is too much color. I'm imagining seeing a bunch of these like stacked together on a shelf and just, I don't know, that much red.
It's too red, you guys.
I just don't really like it. And then really, it's mostly the bar across the top. It just like takes up.
Yeah, everybody said
image.
the bar.
It's
the
just
bar
this
is bad.
I don't
the
know.
bar
I
is
guess
the
I
worst
just
thing
feel
about
like
it.
It's kind of an eyesore. And I don't like that there is now less space in the image. And additionally, because the case is red, now like the little strip of plastic that's visible on the right of the box art is like really visible. You know, like it really, really stands out. And when you combine that with the strip at the top, it makes the art feel like kind of small and off kilter. It's just like it's offset a little bit. It just I mean, this very much may be the kind of thing that maybe I'll get you.
You were calling into PWR and making it unwatchable by spewing blind jokes. I actually was talking about talking to that guy and influencing the content and just like the wariness of it. Basically, I had said just be funny if you're gonna do that, and I just how my approach kind of differs. But if you're doing it to fuck with R2, that's fine.
Used to maybe like when I see them side by side, I mean, you know, I've spent 8 years looking at Switch 1 box art and box cases, game cases. It could be that my brain just needs to like get used to it. Right now, it feels like it's kind of off center and smaller. Maybe that'll get better. I don't know. And I also must admit that maybe the size will change things. Maybe if the case itself is that much bigger, then these little differences, that strip here, maybe it won't make as big of a difference as it feels like it's going to when I view these images. It could be the case. However, now take a look at a Switch 2 Edition game.
Okay, here's the real reason why these suck.
You've got the red bar on the top, the red strip on the side, and now with Switch 2 Edition games, they felt
Pablo better put up the Switch 1 Metroid Prime 4 box art, because it actually is leaps and bounds over this one. How will I pre-order? Probably through GameStop or Best Buy.
This like blurb of text on the bottom, and you know, of course, like Switch 2 Edition is also going to be part of a logo that's also adding space to whatever logo, and then having this little like
yeah, I don't like this. I know like this.
It's like back of the box information.
I know joy this.
It seems that Nintendo felt like it was necessary. I guess because they want to make sure that the game is advertised fairly. I suppose, you know, they really wanted to make sure anybody looking at it on the shelf, they know exactly what it is. So they felt they had to put like not a disclaimer, but just like a little description. It includes the Nintendo Switch game card of the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition. For more info, go here. And here's the thing.
Yeah, if you read the if you read the fine print, it's not a Switch 2 cartridge for Metroid Prime 4. It's a Switch 1 cartridge with a upgrade pack download code for the Switch 2 version. So you may as well just be better off getting the Switch 1 version for the superior box art and then getting the upgrade pack digitally.
QR code. There's a QR code on there, and like I don't know.
Thank you, Eagle.
There are people who really appreciate boxes and box art. One of the reasons that they want to collect physical games is they like the look of them. They like they like to display them. They like to take them off and look at them. And so there's already been this problem with game cases in recent years.
I hope he puts up the Switch 1 box art because it is much better.
There's just more and more info. Just like it feels like every year there's more and more. Just cramming onto the back of the box. And like, you know, the back of the box used to have its own like cool images, like screenshots from the game. And there's just less and less room. You know, now they're putting like 3 different, all of these blurbs in 3 different
what about the
languages,
absence of
and
manuals?
all of
Whatever
these
happened to that?
disclaimers, all of this information, and it's completely encroaching on everything. And now it's like, they've maximized what they can do on the back. And now it's bleeding to the front. Now you get some of this
Phil will play
information.
4 without
What a
playing 2
QR
and 3.
code, too, on the front.
Don't worry, they'll
as
help
well.
out dents like him with some
In
flashbacks and
addition
recaps.
to the red strip and the big red Switch 2 bar. So like, you know, a week ago or whatever, they revealed the box art for Metroid Prime 4.
There it is.
And it was really...
There it is. Okay. Do you understand the hubbub now? Do you understand why people are seething about these fucking boxes? The one on the right is next gen. The one on the left is last gen. Why would you not just get the left one for the better box art and then get the digital upgrade pack to get the Switch 2 performance? If you get the one on the right, you're not getting a Switch 2 cart, you're getting a Switch 1 cart with a physical upgrade pack download code. That is not worth the shittier box art. Get the fucking shit on the left. Oh, goddammit, this black strip's in the way. But still, you can still see it.
Great. It was really awesome. It looks really beautiful. The art itself is, I mean, it gives me chills. It's so good.
I don't know, what were they thinking?
And yet now, like, looking at it on the actual box...
Going full AVGN, what were they thinking?
Forgive the pun. It's not intended, but it's a bit dreadful. Like, there's just so much less room for the art. There's so much visual clutter, especially, like, with the logo. Between the logo and everything else, there's room for like half an image. It's just like the top half of Samus is like all you can see of all of the visual like real estate on the front of the box. It's like half or like less than half. Yeah, probably less than half of it is now dedicated to just the art, the box art. And this is not a really big I mean, it's not a big deal, like, at all. It's annoying. It's not a big deal for me, because, again, I'm really not a physical collector. This doesn't bother me too much.
Physical chads are losing so much.
But I do know that it is going to bother a lot of people. And I am very opinionated. I always have been.
Yes, that's true.
And I'll tell you my opinion on it. I will generate that opinion and I will feel very strongly about it. So, at the very least, I can say, even if it doesn't really bother me, Switch 2 boxes, especially in the case of Switch 2 editions, they don't look good. I don't like them. It's ugly. It's just ugly. But what are you gonna do? Well, I mean, does this mean
he's gonna sweep
that
it up?
if it's really just the Switch 1 version in the box with like a download code or something for the upgrade? The Switch 1 version looks a lot better. There's a lot more room on there. Doesn't have all this extra stuff. Does that mean you're better off just buying the Switch 1 version and then just paying separately to upgrade it?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, right?
If the box art means that much to you.
That makes sense, right? I don't think I'm missing it. It says it right there. It's got the Switch 1 version in the box. Is it branded? Even if it's like effectively the Switch 1 version, is it branded as the Switch 2 version on the card? I don't know.
He doesn't know. Okay, here's the video I said. It's about file sizes. He will literally talk about anything, and we are talking about the file sizes. Don't worry, he'll have some insights, I bet.
Game optimization, specifically when it comes to file
Why would Arlo do
sizes.
this?
There are two constants.
The Knight
One
of Arlo.
is that
There are two schools
game
of that.
sizes
Right.
becoming a really, really big problem with each passing generation.
I don't know if he's a
games
size
get
queen or
bigger,
not.
the graphics get better. It just takes more data
What if he
smashed
was?
together
He's
to
all
make
about
a
them
game.
gigabytes,
and then,
girl.
I talked about it in another video. This generation,
gigabytes?
especially, we're seeing games that are just like hundreds of gigabytes. There are versions of new systems with a terabyte of space. That seems like it should be all the space in the world, and it's like, yeah, you can fit like a couple games on. Like even that's not enough. You know, these big AAA games, they're getting minor performance patches that are just so many gigabytes. It's becoming really, really absurd. So like that's already a problem. But then the other
Just
constant
don't play those games.
is
They're
that
slop anyway.
Nintendo has always been weirdly good at optimizing their games and making them pretty small, you know, which is always impressive because they're also optimizing them so well that you're getting graphical performance on pretty weak hardware that it looks like it outclasses the hardware. They just know how to make games. They use a lot of their own like proprietary engines and whatnot, and whatever the juice they're cooking with, they just know how to do it.
The juice.
So they
Hello,
have
Joe.
a history of making pretty darn impressive games, and still managing to fit them on these little cartridges, and they really don't take up as much space as you would expect. And going into this generation, going into the Switch 2, you know, we could expect that the built-in storage would be a lot more. You know, the original Switch had 32 gigs, which like for first-party Nintendo games, that wasn't even really bad. You could fit like a handful. You know, it wasn't great. You really did have to expand it.
Expand?
But then, like,
Wait
you
a
know,
minute.
Nintendo, they
I'm
revealed
being
that the Switch
A-logged.
2,
Ah!
256 gigs. That's pretty. I believe that's the number that a lot of us thought it would be. Any more seemed unrealistic. It would cost too much. Any less seemed like it might not.
Specific time for pre-orders opening. Pre-orders got delayed in America. They will not be happening on Wednesday.
Be enough. That really just kind of seemed like the sweet spot, considering how much bigger I assumed.
Oh, my throat could go for some stew right
first-party
now.
titles
That's
would be,
got a
because
frog in
like,
it.
it's a simple fact of the matter that you make
Yeah,
games
Sarah's
with
gonna be
better
lined up at
graphics,
EB
higher
Games. Is that what they
resolution
call it over there?
textures,
EB
more,
Games?
complex models and whatnot. It's gonna take up more space, even for Nintendo.
Sarah's
right?
gonna dock
Even for
some seat and
Nintendo,
everything.
the absolute masters of game optimization. I still imagine that these games were probably gonna be pretty big. At least a good, like, multiple.
Thank you for the Tevin shout out. It's gonna pop in a second. Right there.
This has got to be it. There's nothing else that I can do
That guy.
besides throw to lose.
We all remember this
I'm not gonna get
classic
out-
moment.
I'm not going to get outplayed. See, that's what I get for saying stuff.
He rage quit.
Times bigger. Even if they were still gonna like outclass the rest of the industry, you know, it's not gonna be hundreds of gigabytes or whatever. But I thought it'd be pretty big, and that's why 256
I think the clip
really
fix for
did
new clips.
seem
I
like
did fix it.
It was necessary, and yet we now
Unless you have a fix that I don't know about.
On the file sizes of a few first-party Nintendo games for Switch.
Doesn't it only pull up old clips? It used to. Then I fixed it. Unless you know a fix that's different than the fix I have. What the?
I mean, I never
New area.
thought I would be shocked by a.
Thank you, Pim Pam. The on-demand Nintendo factoid. What is the on-demand Nintendo factoid? Mario Pinball Land for the GBA was developed by less than 10 people. I want to say between 5 to 7 people. And then I don't think they made any other games after that one. No, wait. I think they made Metroid Prime Pinball. and then they didn't make anything else.
By something like a file size.
Good game. They need to put it on GBA.
But like,
NSO.
I really just can't believe it. I really and truly just cannot even believe it. Like, I'm looking at the list here. We've got 5 confirmations. And, you know, I don't have all of the comparisons on me, you know, versus the original versions, but I'm looking at this. And, smallest, you've got the GameCube Nintendo Classics, 3.5 gigs. That probably just means, like, the games that are on there right now. About a gig each or something.
Games is such a
then we have Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
At least, okay, with the Mario one, if you've never played it, it does try to make it out to be like a whole adventure. But you're right, it's not a particularly long game. You could beat that in an evening. But it tries to be like, you know, like other pinball games where the idea is a score attack and all that. But like, this is the mid-2000s. I need something I need a little bit more meat on them bones for content here. I think it was the company's first game too. They had brought a proposal forth to Nintendo, and they weren't expecting to get it approved, but then they approved it, and it's like, oh shit, we got like 3 years to make a pinball game on the GBA. Oh, what do we do?
Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Star-Crossed World, 5.7. Kirby and the Forgotten Land is a pretty big game, and it's quite pretty. And this one even has more content. And I'm like, again, I don't have the original on me at the moment, but I'm like, oh, 5.7, that's, I mean, just for any kind of like big 3D adventure, even on like the Switch, even if that was a Switch game, I feel like that's not a lot. Okay, well, that's interesting. Super Mario Party Jamboree, Switch 2 Edition, 7.7 gigs, wow. That's a really big Mario Party, and it really looks like they're adding a...
Do you imagine like they made a shitty proposal on purpose expecting that Nintendo would reject them just so they could put on their resume that they had the prestige to get a meeting with a guy at Nintendo for like the company they actually wanted to put a proposal forth to, but they just didn't have the history accredited yet. And then they actually get approved, so now they gotta like drop everything and make the actual game.
A lot of new content. Interesting. Okay. Things are heating up a little bit here. And then I'm going to skip the second place one. The highest one is Mario Kart World, which is 23.4.
Damn! Well, it is an open world Mario Kart. Does Young Dingus have any retro TV suggestions? Grab the X-Files, Highlander, and Alien Nation. Legally on Steam. Oh yeah, you can get TV shows on Steam. Retro TV suggestions. I'm assuming comedies don't count. What would I recommend? The Munsters. There we go. It's a wholesome family program. I recommend The Munsters. Yeah, it looks good on your resume. Hey, I was good enough to get an interview at NASA. We're good enough to get, like, proposal interviews with Nintendo. No, we got rejected, but, like, we were good enough to have them arrange a meeting.
Okay. That is quite the increase over Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I believe the original... looking here, I see one thing saying 7 gigs, but then another says 11.3. That could be the difference between the base game and with the DLC. So yeah, 23. Oh, that's a lot more. You know, even that's more than double. That's triple compared to like the original. If it was only like 7.
Yeah, this was a Munsters household.
I would still expect
the Dingus
to see
brood. We were Munsters.
If it were a Switch 1 game, because you take all these tracks and then you have all the spaces in between. It's just this massive world. So that's like, okay, I mean, for a next-gen Nintendo game, I still think I expected more. But all right, that's a good amount. All right, that's a good little chunk of space on your SD card. Donkey Kong Bonanza is 10. It's 10. So, it's only 10? It's only 10 gigabytes. This This is not a small game. It's like Nintendo's next big, huge, open sandbox 3D platformer. That's
It's a first-party game. They know their own hardware inside and out. They better fucking be. They better be good at optimization.
Really big game. Like as far as big games, big AAA Nintendo games go. Donkey Kong Bonanza, that was like one of the biggest graphical showcases of the Switch 2 during the Direct. It's one of their flagship games this year. 10 gigs. Again,
is this a complaint or is he just surprised?
I'd almost be surprised if it were 10. Because it just looks so big. But now knowing that it's a Switch 2 game, and yeah, going into this generation, I expected them to be so much bigger. I expected them to take up so much more space. A good by a magnitude of a good number of times bigger, you know? But like 10 gigs. You know, I was like 256. I'm like, yeah, that'll be okay. I'll definitely want to expand it. If you don't have an SD card, yeah, I don't know.
Stop saying expand.
Hopefully that's enough. Well, I mean, I guess it is enough. I could get like one of the biggest AAA Switch 2 games, and it would take up a tiny fraction of the internal storage. I don't know. Perhaps I am making a fool of myself. Perhaps this was inevitable. Perhaps it's not very impressive. I don't know. But it's just that, like, Nintendo games are kind of like catching up graphically. Like, obviously the Switch 2 is still a pretty darn good chunk weaker than the competition. But and of course, you know, we're seeing diminishing returns.
It's stronger than a Series S.
Hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes, but they're really
not. Cat.
They really don't even look like they justify it. They don't look that much better. So, like, of course, it does make sense in a way that these games would still be a good amount smaller. I just didn't expect this much smaller. I just 10 gigabytes for Bonanza. I don't know. It just seems that Nintendo was already really good at optimizing their games, and it seems that compression technology has just gotten better. It is just easier to compress data. I mean, is that true though? Where is that everywhere else? Where is that with like the latest Call of Duty that's just like a tiny little tweak and it's like 40 gigs? I just, DLC is like 3 times bigger than base games were last gen. I just kind of thought that if Switch 2 games are kind of sort of on the level of like a PS4, Xbox One, I kind of thought the games would be about as big as those games.
Can Phil get the second Switch too?
I guess not.
If he hits 50 consecutive goals.
Compression technology has just gotten that good, and or the Switch was just built in such a way that it could
and Kat can finally get that cooking job, and her life will just be turned around just like that.
And or Nintendo has just gotten even that much better at optimizing their games. I don't know what it is, but at least to a layman like myself,
Kat and her dead end jobs.
Very
the only job she's suited to work.
Really cool, and it's kind of, I mean, it's a relief. I really thought game sizes. I was actually a little worried about it. I really was. And I'm sure third parties are going to be
My wife
bigger.
made strawberry
They won't be
cobbler.
as good at optimizing as Nintendo.
We wanted to have peach cobbler, but the
I don't
peaches
know.
were out of season.
I largely buy first-party Nintendo games on my Nintendo systems, so there's just one thing I don't have to worry quite as much about.
Thank you, Arlo, for the senseless fear-mongering over game sizes. Let's watch the Daily Wrap. Stop running my character. He's running around too much. I was out and about, so I watched very little of whatever he did today. I mostly paid attention to bits of Tevin's restream. Holy shit, what do you mean the wrap's not up yet? It actually isn't? Wait a minute. He's still uploading. How's it? It's 2 in the morning for. How is he still uploading? Where's the rep at? He got wasted. There is no rap? Where is the rap? Birthday finale, final... Okay. He cries on stream. Oh my god. No way. Well, I know every marathon ends in a meaningful moment. But I didn't expect that it would end in him crying.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the finale of my birthday marathon.
This is 1 hour long. When did the waterworks start? Oh my god. I'm here. It's 40 minutes in. I had a really good pause.
Until you have it. So I wish that upon all of you.
Right there. Right there. I must have missed a lot. See, I started the stream while this segment was still going on, I believe. You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. You know, he's thinking about it right now. Felted tables. He's thinking. He's got the lyrics for felted tables going on in his mind right now. Oh, triple P. Horsky, no, my gaming soulmate. When does this truly start, though? We know, he cries. Okay, like 7 minutes before this, he's fine.
Hey, Phil, played you several times in Street Fighter 3 and Ultimate Street Fighter 4.
See, he's talking about games. No, Seru, I've been on the stream. I didn't even know this happened until now. Well, no, someone earlier in the stream said he cried. I know what happened, but I didn't see it. Mission accomplished, we made Phil cry. Okay, I see it. This is factually what PvP requested. PvP did in fact request for Phil to cry as a result of the Kino Casino arc. And I do in fact believe we got exactly that as a result of that saga. And as a result of this birthday stream. He's crying! He's a baby! He cries! He's a crybaby! Right, so he's fine right here. He's talking about Street Fighter. Oh, it's because he hit another goal. So this is going to lead to one more meaningful moment, and then he cries for good.
We are at... Yeah, right? And I said to...
Every time he hits a goal, it sparks a meaningful moment. And it came to a head here, because the end of every marathon is also another hashtag meaningful moment.
Right, this is it. This is if we hit $3,500 of support, I would shave my beard. I don't know if anyone is here for that. That was hours ago. Now is the time, the last chance, because I got to get the fuck out of here. I'm tired. I will do it right now. And this would be the most momentous epic stream I've ever done. The most support ever gotten in the history of DSP gaming, in the history of Darkside Phil. This would be the most successful stream I've ever done. You're gifting $100 freaking super chats out of nowhere. We had It's Me Ken gifting 100 sub bombs on Kit. Now would be the time. If we don't hit it tonight, it's all good. I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying, I don't know what the hell's going on. I was ready to go. I was saying goodnight.
What an ungrateful birthday boy.
Right? We're what, $1,800 of crazy support? What is happening? I don't know. But now would be the time to hit it. If we're ever going to hit it, now would be the time.
It's your birthday.
If not,
treat the stream. Do it anyway.
I was joking earlier, and now what is going on? I don't understand.
Why is he like this?
I was joking earlier in the week.
Cry.
Right? And then all of a sudden, boom, we had $1,000 the next day. I was like, what? What is happening?
Show me tears.
No, let's do it. If we're going to ever do it right now. Okay, tips.
He begged so hard he couldn't take it anymore. He started wailing.
$25 tip. What is happening? A $25 tip. Happy birthday, Phil. I love you. This and that here. Thank you for all your years of content. Cheers, and I wish you
this was any other day he'd call that dude weird for saying I love you.
Thank you. This and that. Oh.
Cry.
I'm exhausted.
I want to see it.
That stupid Lego build took too much out of me.
Oh. He scammed Minecraft.
We're 1867. We're almost at 1900 of support on a stream.
The Dent Larvers should go in his chat tomorrow and recommend that he stop drinking on the marathon streams because they make him more boring and lethargic. And it would have evidence that Phil would have no choice to agree because he was also making those same complaints about being lethargic and sleepy during the Lego stream, the Lego segment. But he would also have to weirdly defend against the concept of it because he wants to drink on stream. Because he's a drunk! He's an alcoholic!
One of the most supported streams at all time. Back then, when I got that $2,000 tip, I wasn't tracking contributions. This was like 6-7 years ago.
Yeah, and said the trackers were doing it for you.
Okay. I received a $2 tip. Shout out to your wife. I don't think she gets enough credit for helping you behind the scenes. She does not. For food and dealing with the disrespectful trolls.
Oh my god.
Okay? Can I get a ding dong die? For the grace, my wife.
Wait, does he give it to him?
Ding dong die. You got it. You got your ding.
Oh my god, he did it! He did it! Okay, come on. Can we give him come on. That's a classic line.
Me too. You as well, happy birthday. Can I get a ding dong die? For the road. There you go. Ding dong die. You got it.
If this was any other day, he would say no.
You got your ding dong die. My wife is an angel. My wife is my saving grace. My wife is the reason why I'm so happy.
She's fat. Oh, here it is. That's what it is. Thanking Cat. Thinking about Cat's thankless job. Cat gets no thanks at home. Definitely not from him.
Did you see how angry I was before I met Cat? You saw how angry I was, right?
We saw how sad and lonely you were. You're so angry now. Like, what? Did we watch the same Street Fighter stream yesterday? I used to be so angry, guys. Okay, like I imagined that Street Fighter stream last night. What do you mean I used to be angry?
Cat is the reason why I'm not angry anymore.
Really? It seems like you're angry more often now than ever.
Everything before her was another life. And everything since I met her has been the best life. And I wish that for all of you. I really do. That's why I think that so many people out there are in pain and are hateful and hate others and think it's okay to step on others. I gotta step on others to get ahead. I gotta hurt others.
Say triple P, you pussy.
Because if you were happy, you wouldn't want to crush others. You wouldn't need to crush others because you would be okay. There's so many people out there who are hurting and no one gets it. Once you get it, you don't need to do that anymore.
It was like 2 weeks after he tried to bring RTU.
About you.
It was like 2 weeks after he tried to bring RTU on and Ethan Ralph to get back at these guys.
Every little moron who pokes at you. You know, you don't need to hyper-focus on
Yeah, I was going to say, the absolute state of Leanna, though.
The negative. You can just be positive about the good things in your life. And people don't get it. They don't. Because they don't have that. And I feel bad, but I can't make you understand that until you have it.
Dude, the waterworks already dried up. He's so fake. He's already back to, like, lecture side Phil.
So I wish that upon all of you.
That's so weird. He ebbs and flows. Now it sounds like he's gonna start again. He ebbs and flows between. He's a monster.
Because my life is so much better. Because
I'm so grateful, guys. I'm also gonna humble brag.
That so many people don't have that. And they just stand there and they're so upset about everything. Every little fucking thing. Who cares? Who cares that Ethan Ralph lives in a shack in Mexico? Who cares about Cog?
What a... Oh my god. Okay. He cut promos on these guys not even a full year ago. Not even half a year ago, I don't think. I need to go back and check the time frame. The timeline. Wow. You were laughing at both of those chokers. Did you know? Okay, what is Phil gonna think? Okay, Phil's all about his family. Can someone tell Phil that Ralph blew weed smoke in his daughter's face? That Ralph let his daughter get covered in Mexican spider bites?
He doesn't have a toilet that flushes, right? Who cares about this guy that said this or this guy that said that? Who cares about this guy that makes crap content? Who gives a fuck about any of it?
So mentally touched.
Why would you care? Don't you have something better to do? Don't you have something you actually like?
Yeah, I'm playing games right now.
You don't like that. So why would that be what you're doing with your life? I don't get it.
Why is it your prerogative what other people do for their own amusement, though?
You don't have to.
Unless it's like, unless they're committing crimes to derive that amusement.
Why would I focus on that? What is my?
Yeah, why would you focus on that? Why the fuck do you care what people get their enjoyment from?
I don't need to anymore, ever again.
Crocodile
I don't have to
tears,
listen
yeah.
to any of this nonsense from the drama sector, whatever it's called. I can just be me. Today I played games, I ate food for my wife, I made an insane amount of money. Why would I be sad? I've been
You're crying right now.
to be sad with what had just happened today.
They're happy tears,
you know?
so.
Like, oh, let me now go crap on some people. No, I'm not gonna do that.
You just did. You just brought up the fact that Ralph lives in a shack. This is your co-host, by the way.
I gotta get out of here, but we have more shout-outs to do. Let's see. Jalen with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jalen. I think I called that out, but I don't know if I did. At this point, I can barely see straight. But thank you, Jalen.
See, Phil just empathizes with Ralph because they're both into barely legal teenagers. Hello, Jesse. What do you rate the birthday? This is the first unfiltered segment of it I'm seeing. I was out all day, Jesse.
We're all looking for that partner in life, wishing you
He's
the best.
already done crying.
Again, if you have it,
Cry again.
you'll understand. When you have it, you'll get it. You don't care about anything else. Nothing else matters. It's stupid.
He's gonna call us incel virgins.
$20 super chat.
It's this humble boasting that I despise. That he just assumes the rest of us don't have loves in our life. We're just all incel virgins, unlike married man Burnell over here. Now he may be right, but it's the assumption that makes him look like an asshole. Phil's over here, he's on his final chapter. He's already won. He's on the good ending of his little fairy tale. And everybody else is just embittered and mad. But I thought he was a wholesome, curated content creator with a curated audience of like non-toxic people. But he's over here telling them directly that they just won't understand what having, I don't know, what this meaningful, you won't understand a meaningful relationship until you have one. So you're calling them virgin incels? That they don't have that right now?
Oh, 220, you really got me. You felted me. Thank you for the 220. If only you could have gifted 44 subs on Kick tonight to felt me for the exact 220 contribution, that would have really gotten to me. Like, it would have got me down to my core. If only someone right now could give 44 subs over on Kick, man, I don't know how I would ever recover from the $220 contribution. Because, man, Dr. Alexis really got me. Fucking idiot. And Kevin, 38 months as a member says keep up the great work.
Hard pivot into a snort.
I can't even see where we are contributions to
The Trackers haven't had family members pass away or lost friends. Yeah, he's fucking insane. You won't know what this feels like, detractors. You won't know what this feels like, my own fans.
We made it to $1,901. $49 away from another freaking goal. Good lord. If I stay all night, will it keep going? Seriously.
You better.
Because I gotta go.
You better.
It's 9
No,
o'clock.
he's not
I'm
that
tired.
meaningful.
I need to upload.
Nah, just go to bed.
Like I said, if ever you were going to contribute, now would be the time. I would shave it $3,500. All right. I'll do all the solid. I'll shave it $3,000. What a solid. Darkside Phil will give you the discount. The $3,000 shave. I swear, I'll shave it only $3,000 tonight. All you got to do is open your wallets and get me to $3,000 of support tonight. What a discount. I'm shaving.
Why is he begging like his drama friend does?
It's like Crazy Eddie. The prices are insane. Only $3K instead of $3,500. I will go shave my beard right now. So all I need, I'm not kidding, $1,100 support right now. A tip, a super chat, or subs, and I will go shave right now.
Yeah, Dr. Alexis hasn't been there in weeks.
It's not happening. All right, last
sad.
shout outs here of the night because I'm tired. Cyrax, $2 super chat. PPP is probably crying. He's not crying. PPP will get content out of this. And so tomorrow, he'll be happy. Tomorrow night, he'll be talking about me.
Okay, so wait. The segment leading up to this and him crying is like, oh, you're so sad. Why are you so angry? You're so mad. And he's obviously talking exclusively about Triple P because he had a soft spot in his heart of hearts for Warski, even if it wasn't reciprocal. But it'll always be about Triple P with him. It's like, oh, Triple P, you're so lonely. Triple P, you're gay. You're homoerotic with me, Triple P, and that's why you're so lonely and mad and embittered. And you're basically an incel virgin, and you'll never slay pussy like I do, Triple P. But then immediately afterward, he's like, actually, I don't think Triple P is mad. I don't think he's salty or sad or seething. In fact, I think he's happy, and he'll be feasting on this segment tomorrow, I bet.
Me on the show, the same tired shit as always. Oh, look at how desperate Darkside Phil was when desperate, right? Desperate.
Right.
When all I did was have fun today, and I made $1,903. I didn't have to hurt anyone.
I bet PvP will ask for $2,000 right there, and he'll get it. Let's get $2,000 to Felt Phil.
Do any research for the show. I just had fun for you guys, you know.
Hey, Chris Phoenix.
But they do that every night, no lie. They do like twice that every night. So that's why they take, 4 vacations a year. That's why they only work 3 times a week.
They only ever took 1 vacation when they were with you, and you couldn't stop crying about it.
If you're a toxic jerk and you hurt others, you make more money than those who just make positive content. Okay?
Womp womp.
It's just true.
1900. So can DSP take that second day off now for a healthy work-life balance, or is that him being lazy?
Jay, thank you for 46 months as a member. He says, happy birthday, Unk. Thank Thank you. I'm not your uncle. Thank you. Goes to Jay. And it looks like our final contribution of the night will be $1.01 tip.
Thank you.
Hottest woman in college wants an unbanned because they badmouthed Jesus. Oh my god. Seriously, my last contribution is going to be someone begging to be unbanned because they badmouthed Jesus.
You gonna do it, bitch?
Please, no. For God's sakes. No. How about this, the hottest woman in college? No. How about I don't unban you because I'm tired of it and you're annoying. I had enough of your bullshit. You're just so annoying. Fuck. All right, guys. I guess $1,904 to support is enough. I'm going to call it a night. I'm tired as fuck. If you can't tell. Nicholas just did a $5 super chat. Oh my god. Guys, I gotta get out of here. I mean it now. I gotta get out of here. I just received a tip. For how much? $20. $20! I have to leave. $20. Only I-7 says, I love you, Phil. Get some water. I have water. It's right here. Not this. This is moonshine. This is water. I swear. I'm drinking water. Good lord. Okay, $20 tip from Only Iced Infinite. Oh my god. Where are we? I don't even know what this number is. I can't even read anymore. It's 9 o'clock, guys. I mean, it's still technically my birthday, but don't you want me to go? Don't you want me to go and upload the content and go relax and spend time with my wife? I mean, if you keep contributing, I can't leave. If you keep contributing, I can't leave the stream. I have to stay and shout out the contributions. Don't you understand how it works? We're at $1,929 of support. We are at $21 away from hitting another goal. If you keep contributing, I can't leave. Do you get it? So I hope that you'll just let me leave now, all right? Because I'm going to shut off the stream. I have to. This has been too long. There's no shots on deck. Enough of this. There's no shots on deck. I can't drink anymore.
Really sad attempt at a coded language.
I can't drink anymore. Do you understand? I'm deleting that. All right? All we can do is hang out. But I have to go. I have to go upload and spend time with my family. So, thank you so very much for an awesome day. I'm out of here. I just received a tip. Let's see. I received a $1 tip from a troll. All right. Fuck the troll. All right. I'm out of here. Guys, thank you so very much. You've been an amazing stream. Amazing stream. It has been an amazing stream. You've been an amazing audience.
Now he has to sign off again.
What is this? Gabriel, get a $5 super chat. Gabriel, thank you for a $5 super chat. Let me shout this out first. Thank you, Gabriel. You're killing me. We're at 1934, so we have $26 to support to get. Hit another goal. Did Lance Catamaran actually gift, or is this not counting? No, it's not counting. Oh. Dark Souls Master says we might as well hit the last goal. Well, we have to hit 3,500. If we hit 3,500, I was going to shave my beard, but we're not going to hit it now. There's no way. Someone would have to gift like $1,000. It's not going to happen. Lance Catamaran did gift 5 subs on Kick. All right? 5 more subs. Oh, my God. My stomach. So, I'm having acid reflux. If you can't tell, I'm actually having acid reflux from the amount of liquor that I drank today. That's not good. I'll probably go take some medicine. Anyway, so we're now at 1959 out of 2,100, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we hit another goal.
We're losing so hard, guys. I'm so felted.
We hit.
This is my first time seeing this.
The goal. We felt it. Trolls hit the goal. Oh. I don't like this one. Let's go back. Hold on. I actually don't like this one. $1,000. Gabriel did a $3 super chat, says, happy birthday, Phil. Nicholas did a $5 super chat, says, whoops, I accidentally felt it to haters again. God. Okay, we have $8 more. Hold on. What is happening? You can't even see. I seriously, because I drank too much. I can't
what?
see.
Yeah, that's right. What is happening?
To actually scroll
where
past,
am I?
For me to actually see, like, where we are, I can't see it. Okay, we're at 1959, and we have another $10. 1969. Ether just gifted 5 subs. So we have another 25. So that's another 80, 94. Ether 335 gifted 5 subs. I'm not kidding. And now, over on tip side, I received a $5 tip. You should rest before more support comes in. I can't. I haven't even caught up. I can't catch up with the support to say I'm leaving and I have to leave. I can't. Okay, there we go. And then I received a $5 tip. We're almost there. I can almost leave. If I shout out this tip, I can leave if nothing else comes in. So I received another $5 tip. Here we go. This tip is from, you can't leave I believe in the beard shaving goal. Laughing out loud. It's not going to happen. It's another $1,500 and I have to leave. There's no way the beard shaving goal is happening. But thank you for that. What are we at now? $2,004 and I have to go. Oh, man. So thank you, everyone. I mean, the best birthday ever, except for the one where I got a $2,000 tip like 7 years ago, which I don't even count anymore. I don't remember it. Thank you, guys. I got to go. Really, I have to go. We're not going to, what do you mean? What do you mean I said it's 3,000?
12 minutes before he actually leaves.
That's true. I did say at 3,000 I would shave. Okay, if we had 3,000, I will shave. But I have to go right now. But I have to go right now, so we're not going to hit 3,000. I really have to go. All right? All right, guys, thank you so much. This has been an amazing birthday stream. I can't even talk anymore. I'm so tired. My back is broken.
Imagine how I felt this past week.
I drank too much. I'm tired as hell. And now it's time to say goodbye. It sounds like I'm about to jump off a cliff and bury myself. All right, it's time to say goodbye. I won't see you ever again. I'm done. All right, guys. No, really. What a great show, right? What a great day. $2,000 is amazing. Thank you for your support. I got to get out of here. For the record, no one else is contributing. I'm not ignoring any contributions. I never would. If there were contributions, I swear to God, I would not ignore them. I would stay, but there's no contributions coming in. Therefore, I got to get out of here, all right? But thank you. The best birthday, chill birthday. We didn't have to do anything. We didn't even play Minecraft. You guys aren't upset. We did the Minecraft build, which I'm happy for. We played Schedule 1, which I'm going to play more.
We're not upset because he told us we weren't upset.
And there's going to be a great week. We got a great week ahead of us. We do. With continuing playthroughs and awesome new stuff coming up. Midnight.
It's just a cold.
Like, everything's going to be good this week, all right?
Not running a fever.
You guys are nuts. I can't believe you guys.
I tested negative.
I'm just kidding. There's nothing. I really got to get out of here because no one has contributed. I'm leaving, and I thank you all. All right, guys. Thank you. I will see you all tomorrow on an actual, real Level 1 podcast. I did not do one today because I wanted to do an intro. I'm not going to do any thumbnails today either. I'm serious. I'm just going to upload raw. I'm not going to do playlists. I'm just going to upload the videos and get the fuck out of here because I'm tired as fuck, and I want to go spend time with my wife before I go to sleep, and I'm so tired.
Rosiak, no.
What a birthday, right?
No thumbnails. Right. That's
no,
the
really
real reason for
I'm
no
tired and no one's contributing. Anyway, I'm not lying. People are like, oh, he's gonna screw people. I'm not screwing people. I'm out of here. No one's contributing. All right, guys, thank you. Have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow for a great new Monday. Thank you.
I love how he bought Suikoden Remastered, played 1, but he's carrot dangling 2 until you give him more money to justify him playing 2. And then as he plays 2 each stream, he will be asking for more money. It's a lot like how his marathons work. You donate money to unlock the marathon for the reward of giving him more money during the marathon proper. Yeah, he's not playing 2. Wait, what? Is that...
He's gonna screw people. I'm not screwing people. I'm out of here. No one's contributing. All right, guys, thank you. Have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow for a great new Monday. Thank you.
Oh, why did I think there was an additional 10 minutes? Sorry, I wasn't looking at the timestamps properly. He really ended it like that, exactly an hour long. I don't know why I saw an hour and 12 minutes. So he did not have a daily wrap. Alright, we got a cutscene. But I'll probably be leaving after this too. Because I do gotta clock in, you guys.
Talking?
Who this guy?
Okay.
I'm the guy.
Well, I feel like I'm finally getting the hang of life on Mira. In fact, the other day, Wait, you look like I'm babbling. Why are you even here? Oh, I get it. You must have seen that posting on Mission Control, right?
Looks like he belongs in Final Fantasy 15.
It's nice to meet you. I'm Fog Crystal.
He's what?
I'm a little surprised, actually.
He's a
I didn't
fog?
think anyone would accept my request. This is the best thing that's...
Is that how they get around the sensors around here? Tell Fog to make his point, or let Fog sort his thoughts.
Yes, of course. Time is money, as they say. I'll get straight to it. Okay. Basically, some of the data probes installed by the Pathfinders have been acting up.
How's that my problem?
The trouble is, they've got their hands full with installation. So now it falls to the prospectors. And me, specifically. We rely on data from those probes when gathering ore and other resources. And now, we're being asked to investigate the cause of the malfunction. Frankly, I think it's ridiculous that we should be given such a dangerous job. Besides, field investigation and combat aren't exactly my forte. Already? Wow, that was fast. Wish I could be that decisive. But you're right. We should go have a look. Oh, I suppose I should mention the location, huh? Sorry. They're in Oblivia. We need to check out a few different probes, so might as well start with the closest one.
I was gonna say, I recognize the voice actor. This is that one that transitioned. I know that narrows it down. Not at all. Wow, mission complete, but I got nothing for it.
Right. If we can resolve the issue, the prospectors can get back to work. Let's do it for New LA.
I guess that's why he's named Fog. Ack. Oh, is he in the party now? Oh my god, we're gonna have a Fog in the party. I gotta be careful with how I say this dude's name. Why would you do this, Nintendo? Okay, we'll replace L. I'll take an L by putting a Fog in my team. Get it? Get it? That's a nice wordplay there, huh? Okay, we updated the residential district. We have... What changed? Oh, I gotta spend my Miranium. I always forget to do that. Mr. Pun's not here to yell at me. I got so many heart-to-hearts to do. A lot of Infinity Quests to do, which I really should be focusing on these more. Maybe tomorrow, after I clock out. It's gonna be a late clock out, but I gotta get back to streaming. Taking a few days off because of the sickness. It really got to me, you guys.
Hey.
What is mission control looking like? What do we got? What do we got? That's a lot of new missions. Do these end? How important are these versus story and affinity missions? Like, obviously, story is just the most important. Like, do these just endlessly repopulate? Like, they're not tracked. They're not tracked in the sense of 100% completion. Oh my god, Mr. Pun is here. Mr. Pun, how important are these right now where I'm at? Like, do these just endlessly repopulate? Do I reach a point where all of these have been unlocked? Some missions are important. You want to go for the ones that have 1-to-1. Some of these are out of my league. See, okay, this one will lead to an affinity mission. This one just leads to a story mission. There is an affinity quest that is reliant on me completing this one. Marry me leads to a party member. I think I accepted these earlier, but I couldn't get to the locations that they wanted me to be at. Wait, it says that I have some of these already. Yeah, these were the enemies that I couldn't get near. And I gotta make sure it's around my level, too. This is the guy who was, I think he's hiding on a tower? I can't reach him. I'm not in Savalum yet. These are all in Koldros. Okay. These guys I can't reach yet. They're hiding in places where I think I need the robot. Okay, more missions every time I do. Okay, so I should be focusing on story. Obviously, the goal is to unlock the giant robot. I got so many affinity missions right now, dude. And then I can't even multitask the affinity missions. You're only allowed to do one affinity mission at a time. And the affinity ones are the cool ones because they're the ones that are actually voice acted. Shameful. Oh, Moranium. This be a never-ending Dingus playthrough. This'll be what carries us to the Switch 2. Which means I will complete this before the Switch 2 performance patch for this game releases. Also, story missions force you to use Elma and Lynn, so all these party members aren't going to be used. That's a shame. Yeah, I saw the one that says Chapter 10. Wait, be in Chapter 10? So finish it before you beat Chapter 10? Well, let me know when I near that one. I don't want... I hate being cucked out of content in games. It's not fair, you guys. Which do I want to donate? Okay, beat Chapter 10. That one is already unlocked. It's on the map for me. Get a lot of money by just doing the map segment missions. I got 10 million credit post-game by doing those. I can afford a few level 50 Amadeus's now. There's no real fourth member unless you count Tatsu. This game not having an actual crew is kind of lame. Well, I feel like this was the side diversion game they were making while they were making the second game. So it seems the narrative did take a hit at the cost of gameplay. But so far, I still like it. It's definitely a good game to play while I'm watching other shit, which is always a plus. We can put a real dent in the backup playlist there. But I'm gonna see if I can keep it consistent style again, even with the sickness going on, and just play more of this as the week unfurls, as the week begins. Yeah, chapter 13 is a new chapter. Okay. But yeah, I know it ended on an unsatisfying cliffhanger on the Wii U version. But a added content here, wow. Okay, well yeah, let's give it a save. Get some shut-eye. So you can get some shut-eye too. Obviously. Well, we will uncover the mystery of fog. Next time. Elmo and Linda Burnell. Not that, Lynn. Thank you guys for to stop by and to playing my game. We will probably raid 7, because I think he's still awake. From the post birthday chill. Or you can go anywhere you want, but you can't stay here. Yeah, I know, you told me not to do the repair job one. You and Mr. Pun. It's fine, as long as it's not that one. Alright, but let's go. Pablo, well, let it rip. Thanks for stopping by. It's the end of another Dingy stream. And what did I really accomplish anyway? I just ran around the areas and, well, I installed a shitload of probes. That will help me out in the future. I did a couple of normal missions and started an affinity mission. That's good for a Sunday evening, I think. But bye-bye, adios, maybe time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. It was like Arlo's birthday or something, I guess. Thank you to Spider-Man. Is that the real Spider-Man? It says Spider-Man followed me. Thank you, Spider-Man. Thank you, Stephanie Ann. 15 bitch years over the course of the whole stream. in increments of 5. And Devoured Eagle, a gifted 1 month tier 1 to Ivan Zypher. That guy. Wow. The positivity is unparalleled. Yeah, we hanged and chilled with the audience, dude. We'll finish Arlo videos tomorrow, and then take a look at Kino Casino, because I'm sure they'll be talking about all the tears he shed tonight, baby. But yeah, it's gonna be the week of Xenoblade, and at some point after that, I gotta start on all the games I promised for Extra Life. I kind of want to play Croc too. Everyone's playing Croc. I never played Croc, but I know of Croc. What kind of king cries on his throne? That's the raid message. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw Synthetic Man playing Croc. World Conqueror was playing Croc as well, so I'm like, oh my god, Croc. I got a fake fan for Croc, guys. Oh my god, it's Croc! No, this was the Gex household. We did not have Croc. So not many people know this. This is a little Croc trivia. Did you know Croc outsold Banjo-Kazooie? That should have been the Nintendo factoid earlier. Croc outsold Banjo-Kazooie. Yes, it's true. Go look it up. But Banjo-Kazooie was more fondly remembered. It really makes you think. We were gaslit by a generation of soy-drinking Nintendo YouTubers into thinking that Banjo was the more memorable game. But objectively, more households remember Croc. I guess he just wasn't marketable because he had no fur. So he couldn't appeal to the fur figs. Bye-bye! Yeah, go say hi to Tevin. I think he's looking at lolcow live stuff. We'll see you tomorrow.